Hi, I'm the Grow Boss. I write the Grow Book and Equipment Guide, and we've got Eric on StreamYard, and he's in a facility. So this is going to be facility fix number 4, season 4. This will be episode 1. I'm going to start by giving you a quick read of the email that I got. We're going to be doing this after Artie. We're going to be doing this as long as Eric lets us. So let me give you an idea of the email, where we're at. Then we'll pick it back up with Eric, and we'll go over the rules with Eric. We'll go over what we're going to do. This is going to look remarkably similar to the Mandy facility and the Luke Ultimate Grow House Grow. Grow Boss, sorry it took me so long. I'm a licensed grow facility in Oklahoma, and I just had to let my grower go yesterday. I've got a working knowledge of what they do, but flying by the seat of my pants, I'd really feel better speaking to a pro, that's me. And I've been watching your YouTube channel, and the info has really resonated with me, so you're the first consultant I thought to engage. I need almost a step-by-step, week-by-week guidance on how to keep this whole thing going, so it's pretty urgent. I can make anytime you're available. Just call me. I've got pics of my rooms attached. Last 2 pics are out of the same room. Okay, so we've got Eric. We're looking for, the usual hemp with Gigi. I'm doing a facility fix, so I'm going to pass on outside of that. I appreciate it, though. So I got hemp with Gigi, and let's switch over to, I've got Eric with his facility, and so hang on a sec. Okay. So we've got, all right, so we've already got some excitement. They're already, this is going to be good in the comment section. Okay, Eric, just a couple questions to get us started so we know where you're at, your skill level, where you're coming from, what your hopes and dreams are, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so give us a little backstory.
So I've been working my primary job at Dell. I've been there for 15 years. I had a really close friend tell me there was an opportunity to do cannabis, and it's relatively new in the state of Oklahoma. I'm sure everybody watching knows there's a freaking 8,000 growers here, right? Green dream. So I bought into that 2020, and we started building out this building. We rented a facility that has other grows in the complex, so it's basically a metal building, and we built rooms inside of that building. We started construction, applying for all the licensing, all the things. Took us almost a year, like 10 months, 11 months to get all of that going. So we've only really been growing for probably about 10 months, and it's just been a constant learning experience. My grower, I think, oversold me a little bit on his capability. So I think he got frustrated when we weren't hitting our goals, which, I was expecting 2 pounds per light. And I was expecting it to be sold somewhere in the $1,500 to $2,000 per pound ballpark. And we weren't there. So having conversations, pushback, he thought he was going to teach me a lesson. That just backfired. I let him go 2 days later. So I'm literally either going to be trying to handle this myself with a helper. I've got my family to help assist. My sister is here literally every day. My mom's here almost every day. My stepdad's here as he's needed. So it's literally a family affair. So we're the ones trimming right now. We're only getting, I think our biggest harvest was 10 pounds in a room. So 1 pound per light. So we've got 3 rooms right now, 10 HPS 1000-watt double-ended lights in each room. And we're just trying to figure out the combination. So I need to know where to pick up, where he left off, what he was doing well, if anything, and then pick up all of the other good habits. And I'm hoping that I can hire a full-time helper that will just do what I'm asking them to do. Not necessarily a grower. Maybe it would be a grower. I don't know. But basically execute the plan. And I need 2+ pounds per light. At the end of the day, that's what it is.
2+ pounds is a light. A light is a lot, just so you know.
Yeah.
That's everything
Yeah.
going. You said, interestingly, I heard something I've never heard before. You're growing in a building with other growers?
It's like a metal building, like complex. I mean, I can go outside and show you if you'd like
Sure.
to see.
Listen, we're in no rush. Honestly, I've got the next 9 months for you. So you're in no rush. You and I have all the time in the world necessary to do this. Oh, Lorax already says he likes you. He thinks you're going to kick ass. Oh, we're very judgmental here. Yeah, we're very judgmental.
All right. So this is my building. I'm in building B. And these are all the other buildings. These are all grows or processors.
Dude.
And you can
I
see
want
this big one over here. This is one big building over here, one big ass building. One guy owns all of this.
Wow. We're going to take over all of it. What the fuck are the rest of them doing? I mean, everybody kills their cannabis plants, so we're going to take over all of them. You'll be able to manage their grows.
That's the guy down there is from Jersey, so he's been here longer than me. He's been growing since before we had a lease. So
Jersey. So, have you seen his garden?
I've seen it, and I don't like it. But
okay, there it is. That's something that you're going to have to get used to. You're going to get an entire reevaluation of everybody's grow, all the information that you're getting, and 6 months from now, when you're looking back, you're going to wonder what the fuck everybody else has been doing forever. It's crazy.
Man, that's the best case scenario. Let's make it happen.
Hemp with GG says, I need a building like that. Wow. Eric says, another Eric says, wow. Even I'm blown away by whatever the fuck we just saw.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. So this is where we started.
Okay. How many harvests have you had so far?
So we've harvested the 3 rooms 3 times each, and 2 of them were really bad. 1 of them failed testing somehow. I have no idea. The other 6 they tested well, but the terps were kind of low, and obviously the weight was like, anywhere from 5 to 10 pounds. Like 10 was the best, 5's been kind of the worst.
Okay, and you have 10 lights, so you were expecting 20 pounds, but you were getting 5 to 10.
Yep.
Okay. A lot of times when I watch people's gardens, I tell them you're missing 10 times the yield. So you are correct in that you're missing a lot of yield, and we're going to find it for you. I'm not worried about that. You said that your grower might have oversold you. Can you tell me some of the things? And we're just, I mean, this is just, it's gratuitous at the moment, I know. But can you just tell us some of the things that your grower told you or promised you, or some of the things that, well, what have you been frustrated with? Tell us some of those things.
So when we started, I knew very little about cannabis. I thought I was just going to be the money guy, and this was going to be a passive income, throw a couple $100,000 at it. He let my grower do the thing. And honestly, I partnered with my grower, and I partnered with one of my wife's best friend's husband. They were both transport agents, so basically brokering here in Oklahoma. So they were telling me how great it was, how my grower, his name is Jim, how he could produce better quality stuff than what they saw they were selling for $2,000 a pound. And keep in mind, this was 2020, so things have changed here in Oklahoma. So I got sold kind of a little. I got a little bit of catfished. When push came to shove, maybe the guy could grow personal stuff, pretty well, but commercially it's a different animal, I think. So I'm learning as I go. He basically was like, dude, I could hit a pound of plant, maybe half a pound of plant at the worst. I mean, we had 80 plants in the room, so I was expecting like 20, 30 pounds, and, you know, we got 6. So, you know, so when push came to shove, after a year plus worth of putting the building together, and then, you know, as we started having harvests and seeing that reality was not that, so clearly I got catfished a little bit, but I'm not going to give up. I've got a lot invested into this, and I really truly think that the way that we set it up with the room situation, you know, we got really nice rooms, no bug issues. I've never had any problems. Our equipment's really good. So, I mean, I'm trying to make it work. So before I give up, man, I was hoping that you could just give me one last push to the finish line. We'll see.
As a salesman, I like how you left the responsibility with me at the end of that sentence.
Hey, I'm kind of a novice here, so like I said, I have a working knowledge of what's going on here, and you know, I can commit time to doing it. And if it winds up costing, you know, I have to hire a grower full time, or if I can get away with having a helper that just does what I'm asking them to do and pay them less part time, something like that. I mean, I'm willing to do whatever you think needs to be done after you see everything. But basically, I just need the business. I don't even need it to make money, dude. I need it to pay for itself right now. And after we survive the culling, what's going on in Oklahoma with all this craziness with the amount of growers and the metric system coming into play, and you know, I think a lot of people are failing right now. After the culling happens, and hopefully I'm left standing. That's my plan. Not necessarily to make money, dude, right now. I don't need this to make money, but I need it to pay for itself. Minimum. So.
Okay. I think we can do most of that. Most of that doesn't sound too difficult. I understand your perspective about the culling. I would like to point out that you are on a huge parking lot. It's very difficult for bugs and mold and mildew to get to you. So where you're located, you're fortunate position for bugs. But hey, it doesn't matter. I'm going to tell you a little secret about growing at your level. It doesn't matter if you have bugs or not, because you're going to set up a system, and we're familiar with the metric system that you're using, where you're going to be tagging the plants and weighing the trim and all of those things. We've got a client that works with that system as well, so we're familiar with it, and it's its own set of work. I would like to point out that when you learn to drive, it's learn to turn. It's very tough to do it in stick with turn signals and driving and the rules of the road. It's tough to do it all at once. So you'll learn several things from the first grow. You'll put them into effect the second grow, and by the third grow or the fourth grow, working the metrics system into it. What I'm saying is it's a lot all at once. So
I believe that.
It takes a couple of grows to be able to do the turn signal, drive the car, adjust the radio, shift and light the pipe while you steer with your knee. It just takes a minute to get there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's why I gave, you know, Jim so long before I, you know, had problems, really. You know, we were quote unquote dialing it in, right? And honestly, I just want to move past all the bro science and just get down to like somebody that knows what they're talking about, the source, and just, you know, find out what the true combination is. Because there's just so much on the internet, obviously, and you know, if you listen to one person, like, honestly, I think one of our biggest issues was I'm building out the other half side of this complex, this building. So I've got 3 more rooms that I'm in process of building, and I want to go with LEDs on that side, where I'm using HPS on this side to save some electricity, because that's my biggest bill. And so I'm talking to Black Dog LED. I'm getting Black Dog LEDs for those rooms.
No. Well,
no?
we'll get into that. Well, before you spend
Okay.
any more money on equipment, let's get into it. But not at the moment. There's a place for that. But I'll give you a little bit of knowledge when it comes to that, when we get to that point yet. Did you spend any money
Okay.
with them yet?
I put a deposit for basically 10 light. I was going to put them in one room to see if they worked. To as promised, you know, the guys were telling me it's going to get 4 pounds of light, so I was like, okay. And save me, you know, 30 to 40% on my energy. So obviously, I was like, wow, very intrigued at that. But
Okay.
so really, I wasn't going to outfit the whole building in that. I was going to, you know, roll the dice and throw 30 grand at a room and see if it panned out.
Okay.
But you know, my grower was like, he was like very firm in HBS, and he was like, no, I want to grow with that. And so it did become a source of, I'm the grower, you need to listen to me. And I was like, man, I don't know, dude, you've been driving the ship now for almost a year, and here we haven't paid the bills one single month. So I don't know, just kind of over time, you know, that sours the relationship. That's kind of where we ended it.
Okay. You'll never complete that order with them, and I'm going to tell you that I'm going to give you a little bit of advice I tell people. Okay, everything in my store works. Everybody hates something in my store, and the problem is this: 99% of growers fail. So everything you hear is insane. So when your grower says, for instance, he can get a half pound of plant or a pound of plant, I don't care, because LED is telling you they're going to give you 100 pounds of light. So is your grower going to put 1,000 plants and get 1,000 half pounds? So is yield based on light, or is yield based on, what is yield? What sets your yield? So I have a phrase.
Not the plant, so.
I have a phrase here, okay? Yield
Right.
is based on light. The quality of that yield is based on grower talent.
Yeah.
So you can't get more yield than the light. It doesn't matter what strain you have, even if you have a strain that produces more. Okay, the light doesn't change. So yield is based on light. Maybe there's a difference in the strain, but the difference in strains usually comes down to sativas flower longer, so you get more weight. Now, what I need you to understand mathematically right now is I'm going to give you a correction. So I want you to understand this mathematically right now. Yield is based on, nothing for you to write down. You'll get it. I promise you. You never have to take notes from me. Yield is based on light. Quality is based on grower talent. The amount of yield you get, it also has a time component to it. So if you veg for 4 weeks and flower for 8 weeks, you get a yield every 3 months. And that's just how long that plant takes. So if we think about how long the plant takes, that's one way. But if you veg in a room and you flower in another room, you're going to get a yield every 8 weeks, right? You see my point? So
Yeah, the math hasn't made sense on that, but I trust what you're saying is true.
okay.
So.
If you have one room and you have to veg and flower,
Which is what I'm doing right now.
You'll veg for 4 weeks. You'll flower for 8 weeks. You'll get a yield every 12 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you have 1,000 watt light in one room, in 12 weeks, you'll get 2 pounds. Okay? We're pound and a half. Realistically, pound and a half. So in 3 months with 1,000 watt light, you'll get 1.5 pounds. Okay? If you have a 400 watt veg and a 600 watt flower, you're only going to get 1 pound. A 600 watt only gives you 1 pound. However, you're going to get 1 pound every 60 days, not every 90 days. How come?
Enlighten me.
Because your veg is in a separate room. So you veg and flower at the same time. If you only have one light, you have to veg, then flower. If you have two lights, you can veg and flower separately.
No, that makes sense to me. What doesn't make sense to me is, like, let's say I have two rooms that I use for, vegging and flowering at the same time. Now I'm using one to veg and one to flower. Like, where's the overlap? Where's
Don't
the
worry
concept?
about the overlap. That's not the variable in this equation I want you to think about. I am dragging you to a different variable. If you veg and flower in the same room, it takes 90 days to get a harvest. If you
Right.
veg and flower in separate rooms, you can get a harvest every 60 days.
Okay.
Why?
Because you're vegging and flowering at the same time.
You're concurrent, not consecutive. Right?
Right.
You're doing it concurrently.
So,
Okay.
so like, let's say I build out the building and I've got 6
Nope,
rooms.
nope. Too far, too fast. Let me continue. If you have one room and a 1,000-watt light, you're going to get 1.5 pounds every 90 days. If you have two rooms and you have two lights, a 400-watt and a 600-watt light, same amount of electricity, you are going to get 1 pound every 60 days because you only have 600 watts in flower. Now, if you have 3 400-watt lights, you're going to get 0.5 pound every 30 days because you'll have two lights in flower. You'll have two 400-watt lights. A 400-watt light gets you 0.5 pound. If you have two 400-watt lights, you can get 0.5 pound twice. It's the same electricity whether you use 1,000, a 400, 600, or 3 400s. It's the same electricity. I don't care if you get 1.5 pounds every 90 days. It averages 0.5 pound a month. I don't care if you have two lights and you get 1 pound every 60 days. It's still 0.5 pound a month. I don't care if you have 3 400-watt lights and you get 0.5 pound every 30 days. It's still 0.5 pound a month. So 1,000 watts in flower averages about 0.5 pound a month. I want you to start there because 1,000 watts worth of electricity has some veg time and some flower component to it as well. Now, you could just as easily put 1,000 watts in veg and 2,000 watts in flower. It scales. So let's say you have 3,000 watts in flower. You just have one room with 3 lights. If you veg for 30 days and then you flower for 60 days, you'll get 4.5 pounds every 90 days. 1.5 pounds per 1,000. If you take one of those thousands out of flower and you put it in veg, you will get 3 pounds every 60 days. If you have 3 separate rooms with 1,000 watts in each, and you have 1,000 in veg and 1,000 in each of the flowers, you will get 1.5 pounds every 30 days. I don't care if you put 3 lights in one room, veg and flower in the same room. I don't care if you put 1 light in veg, 2 lights in the flower room. I don't care if you have 3 rooms and you do 1, 1, and 1. The yield is always the same because yield is based on light. If you want more yield, you have to add what?
More light.
Okay, end of discussion. If you want better yield, what do you have to, what is required?
Better grower.
Okay, nowhere in this equation do I care which light you're using. Nowhere in this equation does it matter. If you buy 3 LEDs, you can put all 3 in the flower room and you will get 3 LEDs in 90 days. If you put 1 LED in veg, 2 LEDs in the flower room, you will get 2 LEDs every 60 days. And if you put 1 LED in veg, 1 LED in flower, and the other LED in another room, you will get 1 LED every 30 days. What I'm getting at here, and I'm going to make you're going to walk into this trap later on. What I'm getting at here is yield is based on light. When you get the yield is based on how you use that light. Now, there is nothing about all of the information. You know how you say you were dialing it in? Remember how you said that earlier?
Yeah.
Okay, so the growers. Yeah, he said he was dialing it in. Okay. If you haven't dialed it in by now, what kind of value would you assign to the information that you've learned so far?
Not much. That's why we're changing again still. So you'll see the 3 rooms kind of look, they're different. Like the evolution of putting more plants, making more tables, moving the lights. Like we're definitely trying different things, but I get what you're saying.
So you're trying different things. Dialing it in is the last 9%. I guarantee you that when you walk me into your rooms, I will dial it in to 90% in 1 second. The rest of the time is me explaining it to you. So right now what I'm doing, by trying to explain that yield comes as a relationship of light and time, what I'm trying to do right now is bring home the point that everything you have learned so far is worth exactly dick. There's nothing about failure that translates into success.
Agreed.
Okay.
That's why I'm also looking at different lights. So I'd love to pick your brain on, if it's not Black Dog, what is it? I mean,
I'll give you that in a sec, because
okay.
I've already told you, it doesn't matter what equipment you're using. It all works. There's a guy on YouTube called Organic CFL, and this fuck puts like 8 CFLs over a tub and grows a plant. One of the things that I need to convince you of in this video and today and over the next couple of months is that growing cannabis has exactly 0 to do with the cannabis. Maybe a 0.5%. But in the entire video that we're going to do, for as long as you and I know each other, we will discuss cannabis less than 1%. Now, I don't care what equipment you use. I don't care what systems you have. The only reason we would change anything is because it's inappropriate for your space desire. Otherwise, it all works. I guarantee you every freaking light on the market works, and every time it doesn't work, whose fault is it?
Grower.
Because everything in my store works. I guarantee it. I'll show you a working system from any one of my growers. I will show you from someone in my team. Hemp with GG, Indoor Promised Land, Tone G, Welcome to the Grow Tent, High Grow. You could go watch my people and I will show you an example of a win in all of them. So I don't care what the equipment is. If you have ever heard I'm experimenting, if you have ever heard the words they're ready to blow up, if you have ever heard the words I blame it on the nutrients, I blame it on the equipment, I blame it on anything, I am going to show you over the next 90 days that you, not your employee, although it could be an employee too. I'm just saying, you and I are going to spend time on the phone, and you will be so good that you will be able to walk into a room, whether it's day 1 of veg or week 4 of flower. And you will be able to visualize everything about that plant from when it was a clone to how it's going to finish. I'm going to teach you how to predict the future. I'm going to teach you how to visualize the plant backward. I'm going to show you every stage of the growth. And you're going to have this little dank bank where this is what it shouldn't look like, this and why. This is what it's supposed to look like when you and I get there. And then I'm going to remind you back in your videos, and you're going to be like, fuck, exactly that. Because cannabis is super fucking easy when you have the right information. And that, so I need you to understand that when you quote me, Jim, we're laughing because you're telling us what you used to do, which is awesome. We love that. But when you defend an action, and I don't mean defensive, I don't mean you being defensive. I mean that like you and Jim have been squabbling for so long that you have a script. And we're going to watch your script and we're going to break your script and you're going to learn new words. And 7 videos from now, you're going to be talking the jargon, bending the plants. You'll be able to see the stuff from across the room and you will have experience on your way to winning. There's no fine tuning anything. All I have to do is show it to you. Then you have to see it. Then you have to do it again. Then you have to see it again. And then the third time you do it, it's out the, I mean, that's 90% right there. Then you go on and you do it for real. Now, I know that seems like a big promise and that's what you were sold on before. But I would like to offer you a small amount of encouragement too. If Security Driver told you that your grower and growers like your grower were getting $1,500 for his boof bammer, burnt ass, dried up brown shit, imagine what your bright green trichome fold stinky stick to the bag, you can't get it off your fucking hand, takes forever to trim because you've got 10 times the amount of fucking butt. And that's the path you're on. You've seen me do it with other people. You and I are gonna do it. If you don't grow a brain, you and I are gonna do it. and to be on the side where you're hearing they're getting $1,500 for failure, when you're worried about the culling and being on the other side, you said, and I'm going to bring this up throughout our relationship, and I do the same thing to Ultimate Grow House Luke, I want to point out throughout our entire relationship that the guy who's the big dog on the block, the fuck who came through that was growing for you, that the security guard said they paid $1,500 for, at the end of the culling, you're going to have bright green, trichome, dense, THC, sticky, stinky buds with colas in every trellis hole you're going to have a smuggle tunnel with so much fucking bud in it, you can't imagine the amount of trimming required. Now,
I hope I have to hire somebody. That'd be nice to trim instead of just doing it yourself.
And along the way, along the way to that right there, at the very end, where you're looking at all this fucking bud, and you've got all of these 5-gallon fucking buckets with the plant chopped the fuck off and the little stem right there, and they're in the room, and you're hanging the bud, and you've got more plants in veg. I just want to point out that Boss Mandy has a drawer of family labor. And in the instant where you have more harvest than you can trim, you've got buckets that require to be broken down because you've got everybody working the harvest because there's no money in buckets. And you've got veg plants that are getting too fucking big, again, because everybody's trimming bud and you have to buy a bud trimmer. I'm just saying, in that instant, you're going to need a second drawer of family labor. That is where Mandy is at, right? That instant in time, where I can I can so clearly describe that instant in time, because the last Boss Mandy video we did like 7 days ago, she was just like, 2 weeks ago, she was just like, oh yeah, we're going to trim all this bud and clean up the buckets and we're going to do transplant. And you see her 10 days later and she's just, I had no idea how much labor it was. So that's, again, nothing to do with growing cannabis. The growing cannabis is 99% business. It's 1% fucking cannabis. So we will redirect everything you know, and we will, the same amount of labor that you have spent now, the same amount of time you are spending now or less, will get you 10 times the yield with higher quality. You will redirect all of your labor into the most efficient spots, and I know where they are because we've just done this with a couple of other facilities. You will redirect and you will see it and we'll chew right through it. So, what was the final thing? So I totally got you, okay? What was the final thing? Tell me a little bit more about your grower, the final thing that pushed him out the door, just because we love gossip. The garden, listen, the garden, I totally got the garden. The gossip is the best part of you. What was it? What drove you away?
Yeah, I mean, it came down to, honestly, more like professionalism. You know, he's using some newts and doing some things that I was just like, do we really need all that? You know, so I don't trust him. He was very passive aggressive. So instead of just being open and telling me, hey, I have a problem with this, or I don't want to do that, he would just go along with it. And it started getting just souring the relationship. And it really ended like this weekend. He decided to go on vacation, which is fine. He was like, hey, can you water for me while I'm gone? I said, fine. That was like a Thursday. Saturday rolls around and I'm here in the morning and I text him. I'm like, hey, what do you want me to do with the watering? You know, what do you want me to put in each room? Honestly, this is the very first time I've ever watered at my own grow. I swear. So I was a little nervous about it. So I was like, tell me what you want me to do. I obviously know how to pH the water. I know how to add newts, but what EC do you want? What pH do you want? What water temp do you want? Which I didn't even know which tank was newt or veg, flower or veg newts. So I was just confused. And so his response was, oh, I thought you were just going to do what you wanted. And I was like, don't mess around, dude. I got lots of money in this. Like, it's not a game. And his response was, well, we need to reestablish, roles because it seems like you're not trusting my methods and blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, I'm expecting 2 pounds of light. It's what we talked about. That's what we, the success bar was set at. We're not even close. We haven't made rent one time in the last, 10 months we've been growing. So yeah, we need to make some changes. We got to roll with the punches, adapt and overcome. This is an ex-Marine, this guy. So I figured adapt and overcome, I figured that was his MO. But basically he was like, well, I'm going to let you learn a lesson. And then when you're ready to reestablish roles, we can move forward. And so he came in on Monday and I was like, this isn't working, dude. Sorry, but I'm going to try to figure this out on my own, maybe hire another grower, maybe get a consultant. I need, because he also told me he could sell it, right? Because he came from the transport side. And so I hadn't been worried about selling it. Well, I think we literally have maybe like 5 sales and I've got 5 pounds of weed in the cure room. So it's like, it's not moving. You haven't said one time that you had a problem selling it or anything like that. So I don't know, man. It just came to a head where if you're going to try to teach me a lesson at my expense, I just don't need that kind of person around. So it just got real sour real fast. And honestly, before that, I think he was just so passive aggressive that he just never said anything. I didn't even honestly know anything was like brewing in his mind, but that's where we were at.
Okay. God, that was so delicious. That was so good.
Man, it's stressful, dude. It's stressful.
It's stressful.
Now I got the weight of keeping all these plants alive. It's a lot, man.
Okay. I am going to tell you on the flip side of this, it is everybody runs into this problem that you have right now. So far, everybody runs into this problem. Where you're at with him, I'm going to tell you something about what he said. There comes a point in every failed grower when management begins to understand something's not right. That grower then behaves like they're cheating on you. So you run into somebody that is secretive about their ways, is promising stuff. It doesn't feel like it matches. The numbers aren't there. And everybody ends up in exactly the spot where you're at, some much earlier. There's nothing that I'm going to do that's secretive. You were set up. When he, and it happens in facilities, it happens at just under a year. Because everyone knows cannabis takes a while. You get 3 harvests deep, 3 rotations deep, and you start to realize that the money's not there. So everybody realizes it where you are. Not everybody realizes it and does what you did about it. So my concern usually with growers is, since they don't know how to grow, they're always hiding that secret. When the secret erupts, they always quit and blame, well, you know what? Fuck you then. And they do something like leave the water on so they get kicked out. They do something like, as it's coming to harvest, they know it's bad, they're no longer around. So I feel like that's the situation we are outside of the room. I won't hide stuff from you. I will keep it in order for you so you see what's there, but I don't hide anything for you. And you won't, when you and I are done, you won't ever be in the position to not know again.
Sounds awesome, man.
All right, take us on a tour.
This is just the office here. So we built this facility was just literally an empty shell. Like, we were the very first tenants in the building. So if you can imagine that, like, this building here, all these rooms, it was just a metal building, just a big metal building.
Okay.
So the floor was, completely bare. So basically, we built 3 rooms, obviously ADA compliant, the whole 9 yards. So let me take you to room number 3.
What's ADA?
Talking about wheelchair access, all the
all the
compliant stuff.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So
I thought it was something cannabis.
No, it's actually really hard to get everything just to be compliant. And I think that's part of one of the good things about moving into a brand new space is they're already kind of mostly ADA compliant because they had to also get their permits and pass everything. So we knew that it wasn't going to be a huge lift. Like when we made walkways and things, they just had to be a certain size and to be the code and all that stuff. So this is grow room 3. This is our newest room. Obviously, you can see we packed the plants in here, and you'll see the other rooms to compare.
What room is this?
This is room number 3.
Okay.
And there are 200. There's 30 plants per table, 7 tables, so basically 210 plants.
Okay. Go left a little bit. Show us the left edge. Yeah. Okay. So there.
We opted for tables not custom tables, so I bought tables that were just 4x8. So to fit in this 24-foot by 14 space, we had this little leftover area, so we threw another table down, and we have that underneath these 2 lights here.
Okay, and what are these lights?
These are HPS, 1,000-watt double-ended HPS. They're the Ion brand, which comes from Grow Generation.
Okay.
Yeah, they were kind of inexpensive, and they got us started, and my grower didn't care what brand. He just wanted HPS, and so this is what we wound up getting. We got a lot of this stuff from GrowGen because they're local here in Oklahoma City, and there's like 3 locations like within 15 miles, so it's just convenient to use them.
How do you move around?
So like this table here is on wheels, is on casters, so you can see we open up this table. Okay. And then all these other tables are sliding. So like, we basically create an aisle like that. That's about 12 inches, 13 inches. So we'll move down the middle of this aisle and then move it over to move down this aisle. There's not a whole lot of room. It's definitely, tight.
It seems like there's a lot of room.
I mean, there's, 12, 13 inches. And so we just move the tables as we're moving along.
It seems like there's a lot of room because the plants aren't hanging over the edges.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you something right now. You'll only be able to do 2 rows in this again. By 90 days from now, I'll tell you something funny. You have to throw 20% of your light at the floor. You can't use 100% of your light. It doesn't work right. And we'll get into that as we go. But you will have to remove 1 row from this room because your plants will be so fucking big. All right, next room.
Okay, yeah, those other rooms are, they don't have a row down the middle. And the Black Dog guys were like, you need something else down the middle. So this is us trying something different.
Okay.
So that was 3. This is 2. And 2 is...
Oh, it's like Zool from Ghostbusters. All right, what's on the Monkey Love? Harvest 528. Well, that's 11 days. Okay.
It's actually, I think it's going to harvest early.
Yeah, I bet with that light. Oh!
All right, so here's room 2.
Okay. Okay, first off, I want you to understand how crazy something is. If you have a double-ended light, you can get 2 pounds. Okay, so a double-ended light is like 1,100 watts. You can get 2 pounds from a double-ended light, okay? So I take that part back. If you have a double-ended light and you want 2 pounds and you get a pound a plant, how many plants can you have under a light?
Sorry, I was trying to show you the room. What was the question?
Okay,
so I have a double-ended light, I can get 2 pounds per plant.
If you get 2 pounds per light, and you get a pound a plant, how many plants go under the light?
Pound per 20.
2 plants. So
2 pounds per light, but 20 per room. Yeah.
No, just 1 light. 1 light. If you want a pound a plant, you would put 2 plants under that light. If you want a half a pound a plant, how many plants would you put under that light?
Half a pound a plant, 4.
Okay. So your guy told you he gets a half a pound to a pound. So the only option is he can put 4 plants, 3 plants, or 2 plants. Because you can't get more than 2 pounds. So if you put 10 plants under a light, you still only get 2 pounds. So you get 2 pounds a light. The more plants you put under a light, the less you get per plant. But you only get 2 pounds per light. How many plants does he have per light?
Right now we've got, I think, 20 per table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 4. 24 per table, so 4 tables.
No, just wait. Hang on a sec. You have 20 plants. You have 20 plants on a table.
24 plants on the table.
How many plants? Wait. How many plants per table?
24 plants per table.
Okay. How many lights per table?
It basically comes out to, we got 4 lights, 10 lights, 4 tables, so like 2.5.
Okay.
Something like that.
Okay, so can you hear me okay where you're at?
Yeah, it's a little windy.
Okay, let's continue on to the next room.
All right.
You and I are going to have another sit down when we're done, and I want to go over the reality of a few things with you, and we'll do that when we're done.
All right. And it's noteworthy that room is actually, because of the electrical outlet, we had to create a walkway between the rooms to get to the electrical box. So it's actually, that room is 4 foot shorter. So it's 20 by 14. All the other rooms are 24 by 14. So that's why we fit this extra horizontal table, or perpendicular table, I should say. So this room has 4 tables, but then it also has, this extra one. So 5 tables.
Okay. How many plants per table in this room?
So we actually upped the plant count in this room, and I think we got 30 plants per table. Let me see. 1, 2,
Okay,
3,
no, it's
4,
okay.
5.
30 plants. It's okay. 30 plants. All right.
Yeah, 30 plants per table.
Okay, that's fine. Show us the room again. The whole room slowly.
Yeah.
Give us a slow pan. Okay. What you need to know about this room is the longer you fail, the more plants you have, because you don't get a good veg. So what happens is you start to get a very short veg. Look at how short these plants are compared to the other room. So here's a grower that increases his plant count, decreases the veg time, because he's trying to fill up those trellis holes. Because the longer they veg, the more they kill their plants. You and I are going to do the opposite. Your plants are going to grow so fucking huge that you'll have to flower them sooner or they'll outgrow the space. You are going to have a different mentality. You will have, and I'm going to go over the numbers with you, and you are going to kill your previous grower. You are going to want to murder. You are going to be so mad when I give you the numbers. All right, show us the next room.
That's it. I can show you the rooms that we're building out. That's 3 rooms. That's all we got right now.
Oh, okay. All right.
And I'm hand watering, so we haven't got to the point where we've automated any watering or anything like that. So basically we have a pump in the tank, and we have a flower tank and veg tank, and we move between the two, the pump, and we just have a hose that runs to the outside of the room over here, like one of these spigots. and then on the inside, we've got the spigot on the other side of the spigot. So
okay,
it works.
All right, give us a tour of the next space. What's on the board behind you?
Yeah.
What's on the board right behind you?
Try to turn on my,
no, right behind you.
my flashlights.
No, behind you. Behind you. What's on that board? In front of you.
This one? Oh.
Yeah, what's on that board? Oh, that's the same thing. Sorry. Okay.
That one's Monkey Love Fantasy Cookies. This one's Red Dragon, Funky Fruit, Pretty Pebbles.
Okay. That was grow room 1. Show me grow room 3 one more time. Just give me one more quick glance in grow room 3. It was a lot to process. Yeah, it was a lot to unpack in those rooms. Okay, so this is the one with the extra table, long room. All right, the next one was long legs, and the third. Okay, all right. Let's take a look in room 2 one more time. The next room, and then we're gonna go to the new space. I want you guys to just get a quick view one more time. Show us this room. Just quick glance in there. So this room is the long row, 2 rows spaced down the middle, and then the next one was high plant count. It's interesting that you said the evolution, the different gardens and the evolution, and it very much is an evolution looking at those grows. I mean, it really is. Here's a guy who's trying stuff that's literally page 4 of my book. So you are ready for the next stage of evolution. All right, show us what you're growing into.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to flip the camera around. I've never used this app before, so let's see if I can. Actually, never mind. I'm gonna get a different phone with a light on the other side. Hang on.
Wow. Have I got some math for you, brother?
Can't wait. Love math. All right, so here's the other side. The difference between this side is that I don't need that big aisle right there because the electrical outlet is on that side of the building, and this is the east side of the building. So
Okay.
all of these rooms are all connected together. Sorry, it's dark.
No, we're good. We got it.
So basically, it's just, this is the empty shell. We haven't sprayed spray foam in here yet or anything like that. So we're still working on it. So these rooms are connected. Those rooms are not.
Okay, but even then, they're only connected by this hallway. There's no door that goes between them, right?
Yeah, there's just an open space right here if you see. Just a walkway.
Yeah, but you have three separate the rooms. Oh, I see. You have a walkway and those rooms. I see. So you just have a hallway that's divided. I see what you're doing. Each of those rooms will have doors.
Mm-hmm. And then here's the tanks. Little RO system up there. Tools, newts.
Wait. Oh, show us that shit shelf. Let's see what fiasco Jim was up to.
We got Floraflex, 2-part, veg and flour. We got some cleanse, some Silica Blast, a Risotonic. This is the one that I was always asking about because it's like $800 every probably 5 weeks, 6 weeks. It was like $800. It was just really expensive.
Wait,
so.
go back. We got. No, this is my favorite part. This is like what we're here for. Down a shelf. What's in that green jug?
Yeah, same thing. Risotonic. We use tons of that stuff.
Oh my God, I hate your grower. We're just building up resentment for Jim. What's in the brown box at the bottom? Brown box at the very bottom behind the Risotonic.
I don't think it's any newts.
What was it?
It's a fan. That's not even used yet.
Okay.
Oh, this box?
No, we're just everything. Every box. we're doing our.
Here's the IPM we're using. It's called Blue Magic. I actually like it.
Yeah. Why?
That's about it. Honestly, it's just this 2-part CalMag. Obviously, we got CalMag up here.
That's funny because in my
one other thing that we
in my store
that we've been
in my
the one other thing that we've been using is this one, Silver Bullet.
What is it?
It's supposed to be a terpene enhancer, and it's expensive. It's like pure sulfur, and he swore by it, so we added it.
All right, so
this is the cure room here. We don't have any lights in here yet because they still have to finish the HVAC. So we put a temporary 3-ton mini split in here, just kind of keep the temperature. So I have questions about what temperature to keep, the stuff. It's obviously, we got it in airtight bins right now. Actually, I bought kimchi things instead of those really expensive silver, stainless containers. So it's pretty funny because my family's in the military, and we lived in Hawaii for a long time, so obviously we like kimchi and stuff. So when Jim was telling me we needed an airtight container to do some of the keep the bud and curing and all that stuff, we opted for this. So basically it's like a kimchi container. It looks like this. So it replaces the the silver bulb, whatever they use to cure stuff. Here's some diesel that we got. We're just trimming it up. The other issue I have is, taking this over from him is he uses a program called Seed Suite for the seed to sale. And for whatever reason, he doesn't put the tag on the plant. He puts it in Seed Suite. But I have a really hard time figuring out batch numbers and all this other crap because I just don't use it right. I'm supposed to be the money guy. Now I'm trying to figure out what he's doing in Seed Suite to make sure that, of course, we're compliant. And it's just been a nightmare. I don't want to learn Seed Suite because I have to learn metric. So I'm like, honestly, I know some people use 2. Some people use, whatever API they're using right now for seed to sale, and then they just import into metric. But I'm like, why pay for 2? So I don't know either one of those systems. So I'm just figuring why not just go with metric. So I did want to pick your brain on that. If metric, just stick with metric or use some other program if we've already got it established? Because I guess he's just using Seed Suite right now.
Just use metric.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
More importantly, what did you say about his bud and testing?
Our tests were really low in the terps, but we're putting the terp enhancer in there. But in reality, we're getting like 1.8, 1.9, which I didn't feel like was terrible. But evidently, the feedback that we're getting is it needs to be over 2 in order to be top shelf sellable flower. We haven't quite hit that yet. But the THC, we had 2 tests come back at 6, and then the other 6 tests came back. One was 22, one was 20, and then the other ones were like 18, between 16 and 18. So it wasn't like terrible, but it also wasn't, phenomenal. The testing here in Oklahoma is like ridiculous. I mean, I've seen some people have 30% THC tests, like out of this world.
Okay, let me.
And I just wonder how that happens.
Okay, I'll tell you how that happens. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now how that happens. Your boy is spending $800 on Risotonic and the sulfur that enhances the terps. Are you getting the terps you want even though you're spending the money?
No.
Okay.
Maybe it's not being used right.
Whoa. Quality is based on
grower talent.
So it has nothing to do
with the terp enhancer?
With the products that they're using. You don't have the basics by themselves. What I'm saying is that forget the Risotonic and the sulfur and all of that shit. The number 1 selling bottle in my store is CalMag, and that was the smallest bottle you had, first off. Second off, you're using that shit, you're not getting the yield, and it's not the quality you want. What is the single common factor between not getting the yield, not getting the quality, what is the single common factor between all of it?
Grower.
Okay. So what is the only thing that solves these problems?
Grow style, grower, whatever you want to call it?
Yeah, grower talent. Yes. So.
Okay, all right, I'm in.
So you have a very, very tiny space. It doesn't matter though, because flowering takes a certain amount of time and veg takes a certain amount of time. So the volume of space you have is irrelevant. The problems that you have are I'm going to be honest with you. The problem that you have at the moment is that you have no idea. So I'm going to give you an idea. Okay? Do you have a little pen? You have a little pen and paper? You can do some math for me? Set the phone down. I'm going to have you do a little bit of math for me.
Put my pen.
It's very simple math. You probably don't need a pen, but I want you to see the math that we're going to do. But you could do it without it. But set the phone. Can you set the phone down? Can we? I want you to. Yeah, perfect. Okay, let's pick the second room. Let's say, how many tables were in that second room?
4.
Nope. Let's pick the first room. Doesn't matter. We're gonna do it for all 3 rooms. Write room number 1. Now, how many tables in room number 1?
7.
So write 7 tables on the next line. How many plants per table?
30.
So write 30 plants per table. On the next line, write the total plants in that room.
210.
Okay, on the next line, 210 plants total. I need you to have this broken down by line, because these are the variables that I want you to know. Okay? Now, how many lights are in that room?
10.
So write 10 lights. On the next line, yield per light equals, so you would have yield per light equals 2 lbs. And on the next line, total yield would be 10 times 2 would be 20 lbs, right? Okay. Now, how many lights were in the room?
10.
How many tables?
4. Or I'm sorry, 7 of them.
Okay, 4. How many lights per table?
7.
Sorry, how many lights?
10 lights.
How
7
many
tables?
Okay.
In that room.
So you have 1.4. You have 1.4 lights per table. Yeah, that'll get you 9.8. So you have 1.4 lights per table, okay? How much yield per light?
2 pounds per light.
So how much yield should you get per table in this room?
7 times 1.4.
Almost 3 pounds. Like it's almost 1.5. So you got almost 3 pounds. So the expected yield per table on the last line, yield per table, 3 pounds. Okay. Now, room number 2. Get another piece of paper and pull this one off, pull this piece of paper off. And I want you to write room number 2 on it. Put that piece of paper right next to this paper. I want it all to line up exactly the same so you could look at all 3 next to each other. So you could put... Yeah, write the whole thing down. Give me 1 sec. Give me 2 minutes. I need you to do the same thing for room 3 as well. You know, it's funny because I teach the same lesson to every facility. It's the same lessons, but I have to present them in different ways. And you do sales, and you find there's a certain couple types of people that you deal with. And you know, you go through it like that. You have plants in different stages than like Boss Mandy or Ultimate Grow House Luke. And you have you have rooms with lights in them, but you require math in a way that Luke, I think, and Mandy don't. I'm going to give you some math in a way that I don't think would have worked for them. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to, with this same lesson, you are going to want to murder somebody at Black Dog LED too.
Okay. I like those guys.
Oh, yeah. And that's what makes it so bad, isn't it? I mean, I'm telling you that I already know where this conversation, I already know the variable equation that I'm looking for. So what I'm going to tell you is that the more you like them, the madder you're about to be. Because I'm dealing with Oklahoma, and Oklahoma doesn't really even have sarcasm. You are super nice. You're defensive of the grower. I know where we're going. I'm just saying, I know that you got to your frustration point. I'm just saying that I'm going to give you a number. I'm going to give you a couple of numbers right now, and it's going to turn your cap around. You got like light catfished. Oh, dude. I think that's going to have to be your name. I love catfish. We had the farmer in the Dell, but that was so funny when you said that. Do you smoke cannabis? Everybody wants to know.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, there you go. iGoob says start a spreadsheet, but I'm going to tell you, not right now, but I'm going to tell you that you will never have a spread. You might have a guide sheet later, but by the time you have a guide sheet, you'll be able to walk in a room. You'll be able to walk into a room and you'll sound like me. So.
Oh, I got it.
You got all 3 rooms done?
Yeah.
Okay. In room 1, how many lights per table? Oh, you can just tell me. Nope, that doesn't work at all. That doesn't
lights
work
per
at
table,
all.
1.4.
So what's the yield per table in room 1?
Yield per table is 3 pounds.
Okay, room 2, same information.
You're a little soft on your mic. What was the question?
Room 2, same information. Put the phone down.
Yield per table, 5 pounds per table.
Okay, put the phone down. Okay, so room 2, how many lights per table?
Lights per table is 2.5 lights per table.
Okay, and what's the yield?
5 pounds per table.
Room 3.
4 lights per table. Yield per table is 4 pounds per table.
No, that's not right. That's not right.
4 lights per table, 4 times 46. Oh yeah, you're right. Total yield 20 pounds, 150 plants. 20 divided by 5.
4 lights per table would be 8 pounds.
Oh, I didn't get the lights per table right. Okay, 10 lights. You're right. Yeah.
How many lights in that room?
It's 2 lights per table. Sorry.
Okay.
2 lights
Okay.
per table.
So what's the yield?
2 lights per table, 5 tables, 10.
4 pounds per table. 2 lights per table, 4 pounds per table.
Right.
Okay.
4 pounds per table. That's what I had the per pound per table right, and I missed the lights per table. Okay.
Okay. Now, in all 3 rooms, are the tables the same size?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
4 by 8.
Okay. Here's the problem. What's the highest number you can get from a table?
Sorry, your mic is really soft compared to before, so I'm having a hard time hearing you. What was the question?
Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna kick you from the chat. Come back in.
Okay, I'll try.
Okay. Oh, come on. The rest of you have to see where I'm going with this. He's using that new math. The rest. Check. That's me. Hey, how am I doing now?
Same. It's just really low.
Okay, check your volume.
Yeah, I did. It's all the way up, and I didn't touch anything, so it's okay. I can hear you. I'll try. I'll listen closer.
Okay, they say they can hear both of us okay. All right.
Okay, good. All right.
What's the most yield you can get per table?
So which is the best room is what you're asking?
No, that is not what I'm asking. They're all pretty bad. They're all pretty bad. What's the most yield you can get per table?
5 pounds.
Okay. So,
grow room 2.
all right. And what can you get in room 3?
4.
And what can
4
you
pounds.
get? What can you get in room 1?
3 pounds.
So he owes you 3 pounds. If he can get 5 pounds per table, why isn't he?
Great question.
No, I mean, you have 2.5 lights per table. I mean, why not put, okay, there's a couple of things that I need you to understand. A 5x5 tent, 25 square feet, a 5x5 tent will get you about 1.5 pounds. A 4x8 tent, 4x8, 32 square feet. If you get colas that are 18 inches deep, then it's really 4x8 times 2. So if you want to get 2 pounds of weed, it's a 4x8 table like yours with colas about this long, about 14, 18 inches long, okay? So 2 pounds is a 4x8 table. 2 pounds is a 4x8 table with colas 18 inches and legs no longer than 18 inches. So the legs are never longer than the buds, okay? Now,
I think when he was lollipopping, his strategy was to count like 6, 7 nodes down and everything under that lollipop it. I think that was kind of like the plan.
okay, he
So don't
doesn't
do that.
even
You're saying
he doesn't even have that. What I'm telling you is 2 pounds of weed, dry, sellable, is a 4x8 table with an 18-inch cola in every trellis hole.
okay.
Okay? 18-inch cola and 18-inch leg in every trellis hole. You can't see the wall. You can't see the buckets through the top. It's huge, and your plants are about 36 inches tall, 46 inches tall with the bucket. So you'll have 18 to 20 inch legs. You'll have 16 to 20 inch colas. So a cola is actually the part of the branch that has the canopy is where the buds grow in the canopy. You have to have a node for a bud to grow. From now on, you're going to be all about nodes, and nodes happen when you're vegging and cloning. When we go into your gardens now, you can see the wall through the canopy. You can see the buckets. What I'm saying is that in my world, one double-ended per table. You can't grow a 4-foot bud. So if you have an 18-inch bud, the only way that you could get more bud would be to grow them longer or to increase their diameter. If you put a bud in every trellis hole and the colas are 18 inches long, they look like 2 soda cans stacked on top of each other. Right, I saw that face. When you imagine a canopy, that there's 2 trellis nets about 18 inches apart, and there's buds in there that are 18 inches long, and the legs are never longer than the bud. That's 2 pounds on a 4x8. One light. Okay. If you want more yield than that, you can only grow a bigger diameter bud, and there's no product on your shelf that increases the diameter. Or you can grow the bud longer. And here's the problem. There comes a point when you grow the bud so long that you burn the top trying to light the bottom.
I get what you mean.
So your light, with your double end light, your light has 24 inches penetration. So at the end of flower, you'll have the top part of the cola will be like 12, 14 inches long. Then there'll be a couple of more big nugs right below it, and that'll be about 18 inches. And then you'll have like 18 inches like 40 branches that are 18 inches long below it. Okay. The only way that you could grow more bud in that space would be to grow them taller. Okay?
Okay.
If you grow them taller, you burn the top trying to light the bottom. Now, even if it's not 2 feet, let's say it's 3 feet, but there comes a point where you burn the top trying to light the bottom. And I guarantee you, you've already burnt them at 4 feet. So let's just say 3 feet. If you get 2 pounds with one light at 2 feet worth of canopy, then if you add 1 foot more, you would get 3 pounds. How much light per table would get you 3 pounds if your cola was 3 feet long?
Oh, jeez. How much light per table? To get
What
3
requires how much light to grow 3 pounds? Look at room 1.
I mean,
look at room 1.
need-
Look at room 1.
Yeah, I mean, I have it already. It's 3 pounds per table. I have 3 pounds per. But you're saying 3 pounds per light.
No, I said 3 pounds per table. How much light? How much light is above the table in room 1?
10,000 watts total.
Nope. How much light is above the table?
Oh, lights per table 1.4.
1.5. 1.5.
1,500.
1.5. Write 1.5. Just write 1.5. We're going to pretend like it's 1.5.
Got it.
Okay. Now, you and I, listen, you're new to this, and this is this is my job. So you and I are going to start this over one more time. Now that you have used the words a few times, we're going to go over the exact same thing one more time because I need you to understand it more deeply. Okay?
Yeah, let's go.
I will repeat it a third time because everything in your world comes down to what you're looking at right now. We are going to be best friends, and you are going to be frustrated and grateful at the same time when you understand where I'm taking you right now, okay?
Hope so.
Okay. On a 4x8 table and a double-ended 1,000-watt light, what is the dimension of the canopy I described for that? 2 pounds. What's the dimension of the canopy?
It's 4x8 and 18 inches tall.
Okay. The canopy is 18 inches worth of colas, and you have, and describe what happens below it.
Below it.
The legs.
Below the colas.
Describe the legs.
18-inch legs.
Okay.
So 18-inch cola, 18-inch legs.
So if you've got 18 inches worth of cola in every trellis hole on a 4x8, how much yield is that?
2 pounds.
How much?
I'm sorry, 3 pounds.
Nope. I didn't hear what you said the first time. Say the first time again.
In a 4x8 with 18-inch colas and 1.5 lights?
No, one light. One light.
Oh, one light. Okay.
No.
2 pounds.
Okay. So, since we're talking about 1,000-watt lights only,
Okay.
if you have a 1,000-watt light, you'll get 2 pounds. It takes a 4x8 space about 2 feet deep. Okay? So you get 1 pound per foot in a 4x8. See what I'm saying?
I got you.
So
I'm thinking vertically, like on the table, cola-wise, the canopy. So when you say canopy, we mean all of the leaves, like all the colas, right?
yeah, because you'll trim the leaf off, but the canopy is where you grow buds.
Yeah. Okay. I got you. I just didn't know the terminology, but I
Right.
understand that.
The amount of leg you have below the canopy, it determines how long your veg was. The longer the veg, the fewer the harvests per year. So we want short veg and packed canopy. So you never want the legs to be longer than the buds, or we're going to laugh at you because you wasted time in veg. Okay?
Fair. Let's do it.
Okay. Now, what I'm trying to get you to understand is a volume. If you have one double-ended 1,000-watt light, describe the canopy to me again.
Well, the canopy is going to be 2 feet deep, and the colas are going to be 18 inches long, right?
Yeah, the canopy would be 2 feet deep with a cola in every trellis hole.
In every trellis hole, right.
So if you want to get 2 pounds from one of your lights, what do you have to finish in flower?
What do I have to finish in flower?
Yeah. So what do you expect per light? What is your expectation per light?
I want 2 pounds of light.
Okay. So if you want 2 pounds from one light, describe that canopy.
Right. So I need an 18-inch cola in every hole, in every trellis hole, and I need 24 inches of canopy, and that's pretty much all we covered. So
Legs.
Oh, legs no longer than the cola, so 18
Okay.
inches of that stick.
So now that you get that, we're just going to say that you get a pound per foot. So don't worry about the colas. Don't worry about the cola's length anymore. Just understand that it takes 2 feet worth of canopy with a cola in every trellis hole to get 2 pounds dry. Okay? So you're averaging a pound a foot. Okay?
Okay.
It's perfect. So let's use the 24 inches now. So it's a pound a foot. So we have 2 foot of canopy and 2 foot of leg. If you have one 1,000-watt double-ended light and you're expecting 2 pounds, how much plant do you have to grow? Not how many, just how much canopy. Describe the canopy to get 2 pounds from a 1,000-watt double-ended light.
Like what we just went over.
Yes.
Right?
Say
Just
it.
repeat it.
Say
Okay.
it.
All right. Cola in every trellis hole. Legs as long as the colas, which we're shooting for 18 inches each. 18-inch colas,
A
18-inch
foot
legs,
each. Just a
and
foot.
2 foot worth of canopy.
A 2 foot canopy. You got a 2 foot canopy. It just takes a pound a foot worth of canopy, okay?
Oh,
so
a pound per foot, so 12 inches then.
So if you have 1 pound, you would need 12 inches of canopy with a cola in every trellis hole. And if you want 2 pounds, what does that look like?
24 inches of canopy.
And if you want 3 pounds, what does that look like?
36 inches of canopy.
And then if you go longer than 36, what are you guaranteed to do?
Burn the tops.
Okay. Let's start in room 1. Tell me, describe the canopy you have to grow to get 2 pounds of light in room 1.
Just repeat the same thing, right? 24 inches of canopy.
How much
Legs
light?
no longer-
How much light do you have per table in room 1?
Oh, lights per table is right now, well, 1.4, but you told me to use 1.5.
1.5. 1.5.
Yeah.
So, how much yield is 1.5?
1.5 pounds at 1 foot of canopy.
No, sir.
3
No, sir.
pounds.
No, sir. You have 1.5 lights. How much yield are you expecting?
Oh, a pound and a half.
No, sir. No, sir.
Pound and a half.
No, sir. You get 2 pounds per light, and you've got 1.5 lights. How much?
Oh, I'm sorry. I did that. Right. So 3 pounds.
Okay, so you're going to get 3 pounds per table, right? 3 pounds per table, right? Describe the canopy in room 1.
Oh, so I need 36. So I'm gonna burn the tops, is what you're saying.
Nope. Just describe the canopy. Give me the measurement.
Okay, so to get the 3 pounds per table, I'm gonna need 36 inches of
Write that
canopy.
down. Canopy equals 36 inches. Write it at the bottom of that list. Write canopy equals 36 inches.
Okay.
Go to room 2. How much yield are you expecting per table?
5 pounds.
So you how many lights on that room per table?
10.
How many lights per table?
2.5.
Okay.
So there's only 4 tables in that
So
room.
you're expecting 5 pounds per table, right? Okay.
Right.
And how tall is that canopy?
It'd be 5 times 12, so 10, 60 inches.
Yes, sir.
Too tall.
Yes, right. Canopy equals 60 inches. Yes, sir.
Too tall.
Canopy equals 60 inches. Let's do room 3.
Okay. 4 pounds per table.
Write the canopy height.
48 inches.
Okay. Now, the problem of you don't even know what you don't know is if you have, there's a certain amount of penetration the light has before you burn the top trying to light the bottom. In your garden, one room has you getting 3 pounds at 3 feet. The next room has you getting 4 pounds at 4 feet. And the next room has you getting 5 pounds at 5 feet. So my question is this. If you can get 5 pounds per table, why is this fuck growing 3 pounds per table? And if you burn the top of the bud, just tell me where. If you burn it at 4 pounds, then why is he getting 5 pounds per table? Because all you can do is get a longer bud. It's not like the table got wider. So my question here is, why doesn't he get 100 pounds per table? So you have to decide at some point what the real number is. And I'm going to tell you that the real number is 1 light per table, 2 pounds. Okay? That means every room in this equation is insane. He's got one room that has 2.5 times the amount of light. You could light up your entire grow for what you have right now. Right, what you're using right now, you can light up your entire grow. Fuck Black Dog. Fuck them, fuck them, fuck them. You have more than enough lights that you could do what you're doing now with no more electricity. And that's because going to Black Dog does not fix the trichomes. What fixes the trichomes?
Grower talent.
And what is yield based on?
Light.
You have more than enough light right now, and if you can accept that, your grower talent went up, and so did the quality.
Okay. So I take half the lights out. Save half the electricity that way.
What I'm getting at is, no, you're going to take out more than half. Dude, you don't have a room with 1 light per table. You have 3 rooms, and you have a total of 6 lights. You have 3 rooms, and you have an average of 2 lights per table. Dude, you have twice the light you can fit. Now, when I told you that you have a little dink grow, what I'm telling you is that you could take out more than half the lights. You can put, if you have, how many tables do you have total?
If I leave it in this configuration, I've got 5, 7, 12 plus 4, 16.
So you could fit 12 tables total next time. So you will have 12 lights. How many in all 3 rooms? 12 tables, 12 lights. How many lights do you have now? Total in flower.
I have 30 lights right now.
If you have 12 lights in flower, you will need 8 lights in veg for a total of 20 lights.
In the whole grow.
No, just the ratio. If you have 12 lights in flower, you have to have 6 to 8 lights in veg. Now, we're going to go way back. I've given you a tremendous amount of information, and I'm going to go way back to the beginning, and I'm going to put it all together for you, okay? If you have
Are you
one...
suggesting that we do bedrooms and flower rooms? Like, is that...
Ask me that again.
Sorry.
Ask me that again.
Are you recommending that we do bedrooms and flower rooms, not doing everything in the same room?
Okay. The only difference between veg rooms and veg flower, the only reason you separate them out is if you grow your own clones, then you sort of have to. Like if you're going to buy clones, veg them and flower them, it doesn't matter. But I know you and I spoke earlier about you getting clones. And so far, everything that you have told me, and I'm going to bring this up, the guy who's got the big grow in the building, you don't like his grow. I've told you that everybody sucks at growing. We've only seen shitty growers start on this channel. The chance of you getting great clones, while not zero, is pretty, you know what I mean? Like, it's pretty small, you getting great clones. You don't even like the guy growing up the way from you. So, what I'm going to suggest is you are going to be such a fantastic grower that you are going to want to do your own clones because you'll be selling them for $1 million later, okay? 2, it's much easier if you don't have to rely on somebody else. They're always ready for you, whatever strains you want. It's a better start if they come from your veg plants because next time around, in 2 times around, I mean, your veg plants will be so big you can't put your arms around them. So
in that scenario, you're saying I take clippings, like if I was to top a room that's in veg, or I top the room, I make the clones out of those clippings, not dedicate a whole room to a mother room. Is that what you're saying?
You would. Yes, every veg plant is a donor plant. That's exactly right.
Okay.
But
I'm following. Okay.
But you're still not vegging where you can or you don't have to veg where you flower. Now, one of the big reasons you're not going to veg where you flower is never again will your bucket be bigger than the plant. Your plant will always be bigger than the bucket. And you are going to want to spend more time in smaller buckets because they're much easier to work with the plant. Soon as you get a bigger bucket, you're what we call code brown and you're growing dirt. So, one of the problems with growing dirt is you have a high plant count. The plants never get bigger than the bucket because you didn't make them bigger than the bucket early on when they were in party cups. So we're going to be shifting your focus into party cups, first off. Second off, you'll never take a clone from anybody again because they're awful and horrible, and you'll be like it's duty. You'll be like it's duty. You won't even know. Thank you. When you see what a grow looks like, it will be entirely different. You were complaining about the electrical cost and your light. My complaint again is we're this deep and your grower expects you to get 5 pounds from a 4x8 table. He was fucking you from the beginning. It's not possible to do that table. Understand?
Okay.
1 light per table. Maybe you do 5 lights for 4 tables. But where could you possibly, especially if you're going to add CO2, where do you put more weight? So, suddenly, if you get 2 pounds per room, and if you have 2 pounds per table, and you redo the math, your expected yield value from this building goes down dramatically. So, but the quality, the amount of electricity and everything else, you won't, when you and I are done, you will never complain about electricity again. You will never have enough space. All you want to do is rent every fucking unit to the end of the building. When you and I are in 6 months, you will take over everybody else's. All right? So,
yes, let's do it.
and when I'm talking about plants that are this big around, what's the least plant you have per table now?
24.
Okay, you'll have 8 plants per table. So, everything that's going to change happens in veg and starters. Everything that's going to change is the health and the color of your plant, diminishing the amount of light, spreading it out over a greater space. Now, I want you to listen to something that I said earlier. If you have 1,000 watt light, one light, and you veg and you flower in the same spot, how long does it take?
90 days.
How much yield do you get?
1 light, a pound, or 2 pounds.
Okay, 2 pounds. In this example, I'm going to ask you to say 1.5 pounds per 1,000. So, because you've got a double-ended, and this example is based on a single-end HPS, okay? So, single-end HPS on a 4x8 table, what's your expected yield?
1.5.
Okay. How long does it take?
90 days.
Okay. And what's your average per month?
Half pound.
Okay. If you have a 400 watt in veg and a 600 watt in flower, how long does flower take?
I don't know. I think you said 60 days.
Yeah, 2 months. But you only have a 600 watt in flower. So what's your expected yield?
60% of the 1.5.
A pound. You're going to get a pound.
Okay.
From a 600 watt, you get a
So,
pound.
yeah, about a pound.
About
Okay.
a pound. And what's the average per month?
2. Half.
Half pound a
Half
month.
Yeah.
Half pound a month. If you have 3 400 watt lights, so you have 2 lights in flower and 1 light in veg, tell me about that.
2 lights in flower, 1 light in veg of the 600 watt flower.
400, same amount of electricity. 3 400 watt lights. You have 3
Oh,
400 watt lights.
My gosh, dude. Just tell me the answer.
You get a half
Tell me
pound.
what the-
You get a half pound from each 400. What I'm getting at is I don't care if you have 1,000 watts and you veg and flower in the same spot. I don't care if you have a 400 watt in veg and a 600 watt in flower. I don't care if you have 3 400 watt lights, 2 in flower, 1 in veg. What you always have to have is half as much light in veg.
Okay.
So if you have 10 lights in
They're
flower,
at-
what?
I have 10 lights at we have 10 lights at 1,000 watts right now, and those plants are like, I think we're about to flip them. Like, so they're only
Okay.
less than
Now-
4 weeks old.
Hang on a sec. If you have No. I need this concept. I need us to have this concept first. 1,000 watts worth of electricity gets you a yield that averages about half pound a month. I don't care if you have 1 light, 2 lights, or 3 lights. 1,000 watts gets you about a half a pound a month. Or okay, in veg, when you go into flower, it takes 8 weeks. If your veg takes 4 weeks, then 1/3 of the time is in veg and 2/3 of the time are in flower. So you need to have at least, if you have 1,000 watt light in flower, you need to have at least 1/3 that in veg. So you would have to have a 333 watt light in veg. Now, the number one mistake you can make is to grow them a little too big, because buds grow on nodes. If you grow them too small, where do you put the buds? You don't just get bigger buds. That's not how it works. You have to get a canopy with a bud of cola in every trellis hole. You have to get a certain depth. If you don't veg them big enough, then you have to veg longer, or you have to have more plants, but you have to have a cola in every trellis hole. So if you have 1,000-watt light in flower, you need 600 watt in veg. If you have 2,000 watts in flower, you need 1,000 watts in veg. If you have 10,000 watts in flower, you need 5,000 watts in veg. Except there's only one mistake you want to make, and that is you want to veg them a little too big, especially because you're a facility. So if you have 10,000 watts in flower, you would want 6,000 watts in veg. I'm not suggesting, you know what I mean? Just a little bit more. And here's why. Veg is first, second, and third gear. When you go into flower, you don't want to waste time in veg. You don't want to have missed trellis hole. You don't want to have missing nodes. You have to have everything that yield is based on is you getting enough nodes into the trellis hole to grow colas. That's your game, is starting flower with enough branches and enough nodes that you can grow that yield in that space. Now, I don't care how many plants it takes. If you do 8 plants on the table, it'll be a 6-week veg. If you do 12 plants on the table, it'll be a 4-week veg. If you do 16 plants on a table, it'll be a 3-week veg. If you do 30 plants on a table, it'll be a 2-week veg. And your plants should be bigger than the bucket. Right. Wow. So, if you have an 8-week veg, you would only need 5 plants on the table. So the longer the veg, the bigger the plant, the fewer you need for the same yield. Nowhere in that equation at 5 plants is a half a pound per plant. For show, nowhere in that equation is a pound per plant. You never do that indoors. Because if you want a pound per plant, you would have to veg for 10 weeks.
Got it.
If you want a half a pound per plant, you would have to veg for 8 weeks. If you have 8 plants on a table and you expect 2 pounds, that's a 6-week veg. So, the reason I'm breaking down veg time, and if you do 12 plants, it would be a 4-week veg. The reason I'm breaking down veg time is you would never have one light and do a 6-week or an 8-week or a 10-week veg. Because if you do a 10-week veg with one light, and then you flower for 8 weeks, that's one harvest every 18 weeks. I told you should be getting one harvest over how many weeks?
One harvest. Well, are we talking about the same room, 90 days?
Yeah, 90 days, 12 weeks. So 18 weeks is 50% longer. I'm telling you that if it takes you 50% longer, it gets 50% less quality. If you can shrink the time and grow, and so to the right amount of time, you will have a closer bud to a right bud. And that increases the quality. Not the sulfur on the shelf, not the rhizosome that you spend $800 on. You will get 98% of the increase in quality from decreasing the time and increasing the health of the plant. Because yield is based on...
Grower talent.
Nope, yield is based on...
light.
And quality is based on...
Grower talent.
And if you want the yield, what has to happen in the trellis? What do you have to do to get the yield?
I need a cola in every hole, every trellis hole,
Right.
and I need...
Right.
Yeah.
Right. You need to start flower with a fantastic branch in every trellis hole because you want to finish with a cola in every trellis hole. And if it doubles in flower, then you better have at least 10 inches of healthy top in every trellis hole. And that takes 6 weeks for 8 plants. If you only want to do 4 weeks, then you put 12 plants in there because you're going to get fewer tops per plant because you didn't veg them as long. So veg time, plant count is based on veg time. So when you have a grower with a long veg and a high plant count and they look burnt to shit, then we know he's failed in every metric, because I'm telling you that veg time is based on plant count. The more plants you have, the shorter the veg. The fewer the plants, the longer the veg, because they get bigger. You don't even have that kind of growth in your veg garden. So I'm asking you to rethink the priorities of the garden. And I'm asking you to move them toward the veg side rather than the flower side. And that plant count is based on veg time. So if you had one 1,000 watt light, would you want a few plants or many plants?
I mean, I'd prefer fewer plants.
In terms of the most yield, if you have one light, would you want more plants or fewer plants for the most yield?
I would want more plants because it's less veg time.
Yes! Yes! More plants, less veg time. Now, that's an important factor when you veg and flower in the same space, because you only have one light. Veg time is mission critical, my friend. You understand that now?
Mm-hmm.
The shorter the veg, the shorter the
harvest.
Nope.
The shorter the veg, the shorter the what?
Leg.
Oh, the shorter the leg. Okay.
So when you look at a plant that has more leg than canopy, you already know they missed the assignment.
Okay.
Okay? So I'm just giving you the math now. We looked at the rooms. I'm giving you the math. We're talking about yield per light. So he's telling you 5 pounds per table, 3 pounds per table. I'm telling you 2 pounds. You got way too... I'm bringing you into a different zone than where you're at, and it is very far away from where your grower was. So you have this decision you have to make as a facility. You can flower and veg in every room if you want. So you get one table, one light, you dim it down to 50%, and you veg 12 plants for a month on every table, and then you take some clones. Maybe you veg 5 more days because you took clones. You put the clones somewhere else, you put that room into flower. That's fine, but understand that in that room, for 1/3 of the time, you're operating that room at 33% of what's possible. Okay, which is okay. So I don't care, and this is the point about veg time. Now you said you want fewer plants. What happens to veg when you want fewer plants?
It's longer.
Okay, so let's say 4 weeks for a lot of plants, 2 weeks for a lot of plants, 4 weeks for some plants. You want fewer plants. Let's say 6 weeks.
I just want fewer plants than what I have right now, which is 30 plants per table. So if I can get to 12 plants a table or 15 plants a table.
12 plants is a month veg. 12 plants is a month veg. Let's say you want 8 plants. How long is your veg?
6
weeks. 6 weeks. Now, if you have to veg 6 weeks in a room under 1,000 watt light, your harvest is going to take 14 weeks instead of 12 weeks, right?
Right, so I want to keep it high then, is what you're saying. So 30 plants per table.
No, what I'm suggesting is that you start a veg room where you can veg for 8 weeks and keep your clones.
And then move them.
And that way your flower room is operating at max flower light all of the time. For efficiency purposes, what I'm suggesting is that you keep all of the veggies in one area. And even if you have 4 flower rooms, if you have 4 flower rooms with 10 lights each, you have 1 veg room with 20 lights at 600 watts. 10 lights, if you have 40,000 watts in flour, you would need 20,000 watts in veg. So you need half of flour in veg. So if you veg your plants and you want 6 weeks, that's fine. You've got all the time in the world. So you've got 4 flower rooms and you can chop them every 2 weeks so you don't have to get too much all at once. And you have a veg room that you can always get them ready. The problem that everybody runs into is that everybody wants horsepower, nobody wants brakes. So they don't veg them big enough before they put them in flour. So what I'm suggesting is, if you have a 1,000 watt, and back to our example, you have 1,000 watt in a room. You would always want to keep veg time short, plant count high. But now you have a 600 watt light in flour. How long does flour last?
8 weeks.
So how long do you have in veg?
4 weeks, hopefully, or less.
Nope. If you can't put
How many plants?
If you can't put plants into flour for 8 weeks, how long is veg?
I have to put plants into flour for
Yeah.
8 weeks.
Yeah, if it takes 8 weeks to flour your plants, how long do you have in veg before you can move the next batch into flour?
Oh, I have no idea.
8 weeks. If flour takes 8 weeks, that room's on lockdown for 8 weeks.
Oh,
So-
I get what you're saying. Yes.
See
8
what I'm
weeks,
saying?
Right.
So you have 8 weeks
what
in
you're
veg. Now, you said you needed 6 weeks. What I'm saying is, if you go into flour and you take your clones, then you have 2 weeks for clones, 6 weeks to veg, and your flour will be ready exactly when your veg is done.
And then I could just keep vegging the clones in the same room and take more cuttings from those before I move them.
Now, if you have one room in flour and you have one veg light, so you have one room and one light, one room for veg and one light, you can get a harvest every 8 weeks. But if you have 2 lights in flour, then you no longer have an 8-week downtime. What's your downtime now?
Dude, I don't know.
Okay, if you have 1,000 watt in flour, you get a pound. If you get 1,000 watt in flour, you get a pound and a half every 90 days. If you have a 400 watt in veg and a 600 watt in flour, you get a pound every 60 days. If you've got 400 watt lights, where you have 2 lights in flour, you get a half a pound a month. So you get a harvest every month when you have 2
Every
lights
30
in
days.
flour, because you can stagger them.
Okay.
So you have 2 lights in flour, you get a harvest every month, but you only get half as much.
And is that in the grow book?
Yeah.
Grow guide?
Yeah,
Okay.
but
I think I need to see it on in front of me, like the timeline and when to
okay,
take the cutting.
if you have one, okay, I get it. If you have 1 light in flour, how long does it take?
8 weeks.
Nope.
1 light in flour, 8.
Sorry,
What is it?
sorry. If you have one light, how long does it take? Sorry.
To go from start to finish?
Yeah.
12 weeks.
Okay. 1 month veg, 2 month flowers. If you have
Yep.
2 lights, how long does it take?
So are we talking about 2 rooms? I
Yeah.
can split the veg in the...
Yeah.
Okay, so then it takes 60 days.
And if you have 2 lights in flour and you start one this month and one next month, you see what I'm saying? So now if you have 1 light
they're
in
four-
flour
so
that
they're
you
4
start
weeks
this
apart.
month
Yeah.
and 1 light next month, how long is the veg for each light? It's 4 weeks. If you have 1 light in flour, it takes 8 weeks until you harvest. You can't do anything else. If you have 2 lights in flour, you can start one this month, one next month, and then you get a harvest every month. If you have 4 lights in flour, you can get a harvest every 2 weeks.
That's probably the scenario that
If you have
we wanna
8
go.
lights in flower, you can get a harvest every week because it takes 8 weeks to flower. So you could start one this week, one next week, one the next week. It takes 8 weeks to flower. So if you had 8 lights, you could get a harvest every week. How many lights? If you had 8 lights in flower, it doesn't matter what the lights are in flower. If you have 8 lights in flower, how many lights do you have in veg? Tell me about your veg garden.
So I would need to replant each of those rooms every week. So I would need to stagger the veg too then, right? So I'd need 4 weeks worth of...
Veg is one half flower. Veg is one half flower because you have to grow them half as big. So veg gets 4 lights. Maybe 5 because you're a facility and you want to veg them a little bit bigger than you have to. So if you have 8 lights in flower, how many lights do you have to have in veg?
4.
And they have to be the same watt. You can't do 8,000 watts and 4 600s. If you have 8,000 watts in flower, you have to have 4,000 watts in veg to support it.
Right.
Okay. If you have 8,000 watts in flower, you can have 8 600 watt lights in veg. Understand that?
I have 4,000 watts. I can have 8 400 watts.
If you have 8,000 watts in flower, you can have
8,000.
8 600 watt lights because 600 is half of 1,000. So you could have 1 light for that room. But I don't care if you have 8 600 watt lights or 4 1,000 watt lights. It's the same thing for me. Okay? You have to have half as much light in veg to grow them big enough.
Got it.
Otherwise, if veg is first, second, and third gear, and flower is fourth, fifth, and sixth gear, you would be going from second to fourth. And that's not where the yield happens. Yield grows on nodes, nodes grow on branches, branches grow in trellis holes and get you colas. So in your mind, if you under veg, you can't get the weight you're supposed to.
Okay.
So that's a big deal limit. So if you have 8,000 watts in flower, you would have 4,000 watts in veg, minimally, maybe 5,000. You wouldn't need 6,000. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, here's why. When you go into flower...
dial back the lights in there, or do I just take out half the lights and reconfigure the
Take out half the
candle.
lights. You take out half? Yeah, you have to take them out.
Okay.
Okay, so you're going to end up with 1 light per table. But here's what I want to point out about veg for you. Now, if veg is 4 weeks and flower is 8 weeks, you have half as much light in veg. When you go into flower, your plants are going to be half the size they finish at. So if you go into flower, and let's just say that you get 8 600 watt lights, okay? Because you could get 4 1000s or 8 600 watts. I don't really, you know what I mean? If you could do 1 light in veg per 1 light in flower. So you have half the light in veg for each one. What I'm getting at here is that there's this rotation. When you go into flower, you're going to pull your plants down. You're going to open them up. You're going to pull them further away from the light. You're going to clean up the bottom. When you go into flower, your plants will be, the canopy will be shorter and you will have less leaves. Your plant canopy will physically be smaller. When you go out, whatever you end veg with, that is what you start flower with. You would never go veg to flower, pull off leaves, shorten your canopy, and then give them more light? That's crazy. You've got a smaller plant. You would never give them more light. So, if you go at the end of veg, let's say that you have 12 plants under a 600 watt light, you put them into flower, you thin them out. what do you start the flower light at?
I don't know, man. That's why I'm here. You tell me.
So you end veg at 600 watts. What do you start the flower light at?
Oh, 1,000.
600 watts. I mean,
Oh,
how could you give if you start flower with 1,000 watts and they get twice as big? How much light would they need at the end?
2,000 watts.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes, 2,000 watts. And there is no mathematical equation where you can put 2,000 watts on a table and get 4 pounds, because if you want to get 4 pounds, how tall would the canopy have to be?
I got that.
Yes, you do.
48 inches.
Yes, sir. And what would happen?
You'd burn the top.
So you can't ever get more than 2 pounds from that 4x8 table. That's your goal, is 2 pounds from a 4x8 table. So
And
you will.
So I guess it doesn't matter like what light I use. Nothing else like CO2, the amount of CO2, anything. None of that other else matters. It's just literally.
Okay, I understand what
light,
you're
1,000
asking me.
watts.
I understand what you're asking me. Let me ask you this: if you can get 2 pounds dry from your 1,000 watt double end, how much space does that require? Tell me about the canopy.
4x8.
Tell me about the canopy.
4x8, cola in every trellis hole, 24 inches of canopy.
Okay, if you want, let's say you add
legs as long as the
CO2. Let's say you add CO2 and microbes, and you're getting 2 pounds right now. Let's say you're going to get another pound. Describe that canopy to me.
So we've got CO2. So that's
Okay, so you're going to add CO2 and microbes because you have them both. If you can get 2 pounds from just the light, and you add microbes and CO2, you better get 2.5 fucking pounds, right? Otherwise, why are you adding them? Or why are you adding them? So
I didn't grow without it, so I really don't know. So
if you
we're
get
still only getting a pound of light.
no, don't you go backward. You stay with me. I got you. Now,
All right.
if you can get 2 pounds from just the light, describe it to me again.
Cola in every trellis hole. We need a 4x8 space at 24 inches of canopy, legs no longer than the colas.
Okay. If you want to get another pound, because you're going to add CO2 and microbes. So let's say you get another pound. You now get 3 pounds.
What are microbes? Because
the rhizotonic, the rhizomyces stuff, the $800 rhizomyces.
I don't even know what it is, honestly. I don't know what it is.
Okay, it's microbes. So you're adding microbes and CO2. So let's say that if you can get 2 pounds from just the light, no rhizophysa, no CO2. If you add CO2, and I'm telling you that you can get 2 pounds from that light. Okay. You and I are going to get 2 pounds from just the light. Now, if you add CO2 and microbes, let's say you're going to get 3 pounds. It won't happen. You'll get 2.5. But for our math, let's say you get 3 pounds. Describe that plant.
I'd need 36 inches of canopy, and I'd probably get close to burning the tops on that.
And the legs? Tell me about the legs.
The legs would have to be no longer than the canopy, so I mean it would be a really tall plant.
Okay, and the legs would be longer. In the other example, how long were the legs?
36 inches.
Nope. In the first example, how long were the legs?
18.
24 inches. 2 feet worth of canopy,
24.
2 feet worth of leg. In this example, where you have 3 pounds, how long is the canopy?
36 inches.
And how long are the legs?
36 inches.
The longer the leg, the longer the
canopy.
The longer the legs, the longer the
Cola. I don't know.
The longer the leg.
The longer the veg. The longer the legs, the longer the veg.
So, if you've got 3 feet worth of canopy, you have to have 3 feet worth of leg. And if you have 3 feet worth of leg, you probably vegged for 6 or 8 weeks. You would never do a 3-foot canopy with one light because the veg takes too long. You would never mix those.
Okay.
So, if you're going to do a 12-week veg and flower in the same spot, you only get a 4-week veg. How long do you think the legs are going to be in a 4-week veg?
24 inches.
Woo! Maybe. So now, if you did a 2-week veg, how long would the legs be?
12.
Okay.
Smaller.
If they're 12 inches, what happens to the plant count?
Goes up.
Why?
Because it will have much smaller colas.
Not smaller colas. When you go into flower, if you have a shorter veg, you have fewer tops per plant.
Okay.
The fewer the tops, the more plants you need. Because when you go into flower, I'm going to point at you, Pete. What has to happen when you go into flower?
You're going to point at who? Me?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a Moneyball reference. I'm going to point at you, Pete. So when you go into flower, when you start flower, what do you need?
What do I need when I go to flower? I don't know. Trick question.
When you start flower, how are you going to finish flower? Tell me how you're going to finish flower.
So I need twice the light to finish flower.
Tell me about the buds when you finish flower.
The buds are...
What do you need in every trellis hole? What do you need in every trellis hole?
Yeah, I need a cola in every trellis hole.
Okay, at the end of flower. What do you need at the start of flower?
I still need a bud in every trellis hole.
But it's not a bud at the start of flower. What is it?
It's just a branch.
A top. If you want to finish a cola in every trellis hole, and let's agree, that's what you want, is a cola in every trellis hole, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you want to finish with a 24-inch cola in every trellis hole, and the plant doubles in flower, then what do you need to start flower with?
You need 48 inches.
A 1-foot top. If the plant doubles in flower.
Oh, 1 foot top.
If the plant doubles in flower, then you need half of that at the end of veg. So if you want a 2-foot cola, you have to start with like a 1-foot branch. And if you want a 2-foot cola in every trellis hole, at the end of veg, you want a 1-foot branch in every trellis hole. Otherwise, where are you going to put the bud?
Great question.
So, buds grow on nodes. Nodes grow on branches. If you want a cola in every trellis hole at the end of flower, what do you have to start flower with?
Sorry, I was texting my wife, letting her know that I'm sorry for being late. What was the question again?
If you want to finish flower, the question was this. If buds grow on nodes and nodes grow on branches and branches require weeks in veg, if you want a cola in every trellis hole at the end of flower, what do you have to do at the start of flower?
Are you talking about how big the plant's going to be?
Okay, if you want a 24-inch cola in every trellis hole at the end of flower, what does that top have to look like at the start of flower?
Inches. Yeah, I need 12 inches.
Yeah, it turns out you need about 7 to 10 inches because there's some stretch. But in 7 or 10 inches, you have to have 5 to 7 nodes and a healthy top. So if you want to start flower, you need a top in every trellis hole with 5 to 7 nodes. Now, the brighter the light, the more nodes you would have to start in flower, because if you want a 3-foot cola, because you have brighter lights, you would have to start flower with a bigger plant or more of them, whatever. But you still need, if you're going to grow a 3-foot cola, you need to start flower with an 18-inch branch. Growing an 18-inch branch is a very difficult thing to do in cannabis indoors. The plant really wants to get wider. So just like this veg time, you can only grow so many nodes on a branch before the top gets so far away the bottom stops growing. So you have a couple of limits in growing. So what I'm saying is, with your 1,000-watt DE, you can grow a 2-foot canopy, every trellis hole, 2-foot legs, get 2 pounds in 2 months, okay? If you want to add CO2 and rhizizes, and you're going to get 3 pounds, describe that plant to me again.
I'd need 36 inches, and that's probably not feasible.
Tell me about the legs.
I would need 36-inch legs.
Okay, and the longer the leg, the longer
the veg.
And the longer the veg, the fewer the
harvest per year.
The fewer the plants.
The fewer the plants. Okay.
The longer the veg, the bigger the plant, the fewer you need.
Right.
So short veg, high plant count, long veg, low plant count. The instant you have long veg and high plant count, someone needs to go. So long veg, high plant count are mutually exclusive. Long veg, low plant count, short veg, high plant count.
Okay.
All right. And that's just your veg area. I don't care which way, I don't care if you do 100 plants a light, I don't care if you do 4 plants a light. If you have a veg area, your flower takes 8 weeks. I don't care how many plants you have in veg. Flower takes 8 weeks per room. If you have 8 lights, you'll get a harvest every week. If you have 4 lights, you'll get a harvest every 2 weeks. If you have 2 lights, you'll get a harvest every 4 weeks. If you have 1 light, you'll get a harvest every 8 weeks. You can put 4 lights in one room, 4 lights in another room, and you could get 4 lights every 4 weeks and 4 lights every 4 weeks. You could put all 8 lights in one room and get 8 lights every 8 weeks. I don't care how you break it up. Yield is based on light, the quality on grower talent, and the rotation is based on what you can trim in your new reality growing with me. Not what you can trim in your old reality. That's crazy. What you can trim in your new reality. If you can get rid of 8 lights all at once, okay, you still have 4 rooms with 8 lights in them. So if you have 4 rooms with 8 lights, you can get a harvest every 2 weeks. You can get 8 lights every 2 weeks. You could get 16 lights every 4 weeks. You could get 32 lights every 8 weeks. I don't care how you break it up. You can do 1 light in a room in your imagination. So you have 1 light, veg plus flower. You have 2 lights where you can have an 8-week veg and flower. You can have 3 lights where veg is only 4 weeks because you have 2 lights and flower on rotation. So I don't care how you break it down. A 1 light, 2 light, 3 light rotation is, you're going to have an aha moment at some point in the near future on that topic. I'm spending that much time on it today. I'm going to give you a video of mine to watch that I've already made for you. And I do the 1, 2, 3 light dance. But I need you to understand that you can have 1 light in a room or 8 lights in a room. You can have 4 rooms that come down at once. You can have 4 rooms that come down every 2 weeks. When you change the way the rooms come down, the only thing that changes is your veg room. You just have to be ready on a different time schedule. But you could, when you have your own veg room, you could veg for 10 weeks and do 2 plants for light, like Soil Life 420. when you have your own bedroom, you can do whatever you want. And in your world, I think you need to have your own bedroom for not only the cost going forward of clones, you already have the lights on in veg. I think going forward, as you understand the 1, 2, 3 light rotation, that you say you have 6 rooms, I think you'll have the biggest and the smallest room, your veg rooms, or the 2 biggest rooms, your veg rooms, and the other 4 rooms, flower rooms. Because when you go into flower, what do you have to do?
When you go into flower, you have to. Yeah, you're stumping me. I know we talked about it.
Yeah.
I need to write this down.
What do you? How do you have to? No, because you can't write this down because this is the essence of your world. At the end of flower, what do you want?
At the end of flower, I want 2 pounds per light.
Yep, that's right. And what is 2 pounds? And what does 2 pounds per light look like, Eric? What does it look like?
24-inch canopy, cola in every trellis hole. So I need 24 inches of top.
So what do you need at the start of flower?
24 inches of top.
No, start of flower. Start of flower.
Start of flower.
You don't need 24 at the start of flower. They double in flower.
Oh, so I need 12.
Right. So you need to start flower with a top in every trellis hole that's 8 to 10 inches tall, because it turns out that there's a little bit of stretch. So if you want, what do you want at the end of flower?
2 pounds per light, 24 inches of canopy, cola in every trellis hole.
And in how big of a space?
4x8 space.
So it takes a 4x8 space, 2 feet deep, full of colas, with legs no longer than the colas, so you didn't waste any time in veg, to get 2 pounds in 60 days, 90 days with the leg. 2 pounds in 90 days. So it takes 24 inches worth of canopy, a cola in every trellis hole, and legs shorter than that canopy to get a harvest in 90 days. Okay, 2 pounds in 90 days. Okay. Now, you could add plants to that, and you could get 2 pounds in 12 weeks in 10 weeks instead of 12 weeks if you added plants. You could get 2 pounds in 16 weeks if you vegged for 8 weeks. So, yield stays the same. Plant count and veg time can affect the final date unless you separate the veg room. So if you have your own veg room, every flower room will come down in 8 weeks. And whenever you start that flower room, 8 weeks later, you better have plants to go back in it. And if you want 2 pounds per table with a cola in every trellis hole and a canopy 2 feet thick, what does your plant have to look like at the start of flower?
12 inches, or 8 to 10 inches.
And how many nodes?
Node in every trellis hole.
5 to 7 or 8 nodes on each branch. Because buds grow on the nodes, you'll have a couple of buds on the bottom, and at the end of 2 weeks, the cola starts. So you have to have enough branch that it can double in flower with the stretch. So each time I have you repeat it, you get a little bit of information. So we started with we started with trying to figure out how much light and yield and time. And then I tried to get you to understand that your grower, you and I are at 2 pounds a table at 2 feet thick. He wanted you to do 5 pounds. That's insane. He wanted you to do 3 pounds. Even in the smallest room with the least amount of light, he was burn your shit up. So I'm trying to get you to imagine something. And here's what I'm trying to get you to imagine. Let's go to room, I think it was room 2. Let's go to room 2. No, let's go to room 2. Take us to room 2.
Oh, physically go.
Yes.
Okay, I got you.
Yes, mentally and physically.
I was breaking out the sheet of paper. All right.
Okay, nope. It is practical time.
All right.
You are lucky you fired. I think this is room 2. Take us into room 2. Okay. Let's look at that last row there. Stand right where you are. Wait. Right where you are. Stay right there. See that? Nope. Look at the first row. Don't move your feet. Turn left. Rotate left. Counterclockwise. A little bit more. Take a step back. Look at that first plant there. Describe it to me.
It's pretty tall.
What's tall?
The legs.
Compared to what?
Compared to the cola.
This is called facility legs. Because the grower doesn't know that the canopy should never be shorter than the legs, or what went wrong when the legs are longer than the canopy.
The veg was too long.
And what about the plant count? High plant count, low plant count.
Too few plants.
So, if you had a long veg and you had to add more plants to fill up the trellis holes, what went wrong? Everything. Everything went wrong. This is what I mean when I tell you, if you increase veg time and you increase plant count, somebody needs to die. If you have to increase the plant count and increase the veg time, there's a problem. Because the longer the veg,
the less plants you need.
The longer the veg, the fewer the plants. And
All right.
if the legs are longer than the canopy, what do we know about the veg?
Too long.
Do you have a top in every trellis hole in here?
No, it's about...
What would it take? How many plants would you
50,
have to...
It's about 50%. Probably.
How many plants...
Maybe a little bit better than 50.
How many plants would you have to... Not this canopy. Turn back around. Stay on the legs. If you had to add plants, how many plants would you have to add to fill up this trellis hole?
Maybe another third.
Yeah, you'd probably have to double them, wouldn't you?
Yeah, almost double.
If you had to double the plant count and the legs are longer than the canopy, just tell me what that's about.
Too few plants, too long a veg.
Okay, and yet if a long veg, fewer plants, so you have fewer bigger plants. So if you've got a grower with a long veg and they need more plants, it's 4 times worse than you think.
Okay.
Imagine this canopy full of those colas for the same amount of light. Just twice the yield for the same light. I'm telling you 4 times the yield for half the light. So he's burning the shit out of them with this amount of light. And if you're supposed to have a cola in every trellis hole and he has half the colas, you have twice the light. So you could have, this would be, I mean, if you could put twice the colas in there for the same light, you would get twice the yield. So if it's half empty, you should have half your lights off. If those
dim them 50%.
If those lights are meant for a full canopy, how many lights per table in this room?
There's 5. There's 10 lights, 4 tables, so
2.5 lights per table.
Yeah, 2.5.
So 5 pounds per table. Describe that canopy to me.
Too big, 60 inches.
So the canopy is 60 inches. No, whoa, look at your canopy. You have 5 pounds worth of light. Look at this canopy. How long are your colas?
About, I'd say 12 inches.
Okay,
13
so
inches.
you're missing, if it's supposed to be 5 feet and you have 1 foot, you are missing 80% of your yield. If it takes a 5-foot cola in every trellis hole to get 5 pounds from this fucking table, then all I'm saying is you're missing 4 feet and half the trellis holes. So if you're missing 80% and 50%, you got 9% of what's possible. I mean, they're half empty and they're 4 feet short. If it takes 5
Yeah, I'm
feet...
trying to figure out the way that he like manicured them. You know, there's only four branches,
Okay.
4 mains.
So, I get that. But if you want a top in every trellis hole, you have to have a branch in every trellis hole. So I don't care if you grow 8 branches per plant. I don't care if you grow 16 branches per plant. I don't care if you grow 32 branches per plant. I don't care if you grow 64 branches per plant. The more branches, the longer the veg, the fewer plants you need. But if you want to grow a 5-foot canopy at the end of flower, what do you have to start flower with?
2.5.
There's the problem. If you're expecting 5 pounds from that table, where's the other 4 feet? And why are only half of the holes full? Why is if you're missing 90% of your yield, why are the lights at 100%? That's too much light.
I called you too late. I don't know.
Right. That's how far off your grower was. So if you have 1 foot, let's say you had 1 light over that table, it's worth 2 pounds with a 2-foot bud in every trellis hole. You have 1 foot worth of canopy, that's 1 pound. You have half every trellis hole full. So you have a ½ pound with a 1,000 watt light over it. You would have to dim that light to 25%.
It doesn't even go that low, I don't think.
Right, because when you go into flower, your plant should be half the size they're going to finish at. So you would start flower at 60%. And then at week 3, you would be at 80%. At week 5, you would be at 100%, and they would finish. So you would never dim it that low. You would never put those plants in that garden. You would never grow plants that looked like that. You would never veg plants that only had 4 tops. When I'm saying in 6 weeks you could get 32 tops ready to go to flower. So this is all about the tops when you go into flower. It's all about taking the time to shape them up in veg. So these plants are all done. You could turn off, you could put 1 light over each plant, over each table, dim it as low as it could go, and it would still be too much light for those plants. Understand?
Sad, but yes, I understand.
Okay. The epic, and I use the word epic, the epic failure on behalf of your grower, 10 times the amount of light, 4 times the veg, 90% fewer tops, all of those things, it's time to shut it down. There's no more. We can take some plants out, and we can do that. I've got no problem. We take some plants out, and we're going to look at them in the other room. If I need to take 2 minutes off for the moment to stand up and stretch my legs, if you want to take the phone back to the other room, bring a couple of plants from the rooms for us to look at, and let's take a look at those plants, okay?
Which you want to see the veg plants, or you want to see
just stay with
plants?
Flower for a moment. You can take a couple of plants out of this room. You could take a couple of plants out of each room. But let's look at the plants under the regular white light of your office, okay?
Okay.
All right, so you do your thing. Bring them back. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Let me get some ice and do my thing. Oh, okay, that's okay. We'll get him back. That's okay. Okay. While we're waiting for, and I still haven't come up with a nickname yet, or we'll see. We'll see. He'll say something. Oh, he'll do something. Okay. Boy, you got to admit after a minute how similar they all are, right? Okay. Hopes and dreams. Fuckers, hopes and dreams. Okay. What I want you to gather as we go is, well, basically you've all seen this before, so it doesn't even matter. I know he's easy to work with, right? Like, I like digging a little, but earlier I felt like I was like, oh, this is the delicious part. And then I realized that was super tasteless because that was his. But I mean, in terms of, he's doing the math, he's pulling it together. You know it's going to be a 4-hour video. You know with this guy, you know, he's going to want to see the edges. He needs all the proof in the world. You know, I mean, each detail, all we're doing is Johnny Depp, Amber hurting him, right? You know what I mean? We're just circling around with... No, yes, he would understand with images, but here's the problem with images. One, it's difficult to work with the way we're doing it. And two, he has plants. He has plants. So I'm going to give him the math because his job is a lot of organization. So we're going to organize the data, and then once he organizes the data, we're going to show him the picture. So I get you're right, and we're like right at that point. I'm with you. I feel it. We're right at that point. And I think we're going to see right now where we bring the plants in the room a reflection of what you're suggesting. Who just said that? Tink. I think we're going to see that next, right? So we've got a little bit of math going on. I'm trying to give him the rotations. We're cutting back his electricity. I mean, you guys should be, I mean, you know, Mark, Boss Mandy's grower Mark, I mean, he set the standard for facility legs. I mean, the only other time we've seen anybody on a ladder was grow more, stress less, and his buds were this long. So I'm really trying to, I really try to give him the volume of the math. I really have tried to make him say the words before we get, I really been trying to, I really have been trying to get his mind wrapped around it. You know, and you know the part that we're coming up to next is, you know, look at your garden. Is this what you, is this the assignment? Is this what you signed up for? And then we come back and we look at the buds and you go, where's the Bob Marley? Where's the, and so we're coming to this point with the guy, right? I mean, wow, Indoor Promised Land has been very angry lately. He has been very angry lately. He has been amazingly angry for a guy on a farm. That is not the first time somebody has said that about him. Promised Land, easy on my channel. I don't, you have your own channel for that. Easy on my channel. Let me just tell you, Callie, you're a moron. It doesn't matter if you're angry. You're on my channel, not yours. You go, you know what I mean? You don't have, that's not this. But hey, listen, Viking will give you some boundaries if you need them. Right, Callie, listen, it's a very aggressive channel. So, you know, you're going to have to deal with that. I am not making excuses for Indoor Promised Land. I will back him off a little, but I am not making excuses for him. But yes. Okay, let's pick back up with... Okay, so we're back here. All right. Let's take a look at some plants.
So here's the tall lady. She was on the end and the easiest to get out of the trellis.
Okay. So, what do you think about this plant?
I mean, honestly, doesn't look bad compared to what I've harvested before. But it definitely, like you said, has long legs and not enough colas. The colas aren't like connected like I normally would see.
Listen, if you got a cola, see that space right there? If you got that plus another one at the bottom below that, and they were all a little longer and a little larger in diameter, and you had 30 of those per plant, you would be okay with it. That space right there that you're touching, each 30 branches on this plant that have a whole third tuft below them and larger in diameter. So here's what I want you to do. Take off the leaves that are done. Thin this plant down to the leaves that are done. If you want, let's set the phone down because I'm going to have you do some work here.
Okay.
Yeah. Set the phone down where we can see you. Yes, I love that shot. Yes. Turn it to the left a little more plant. Yes.
Is that the money shot?
The what? Yeah, that's it right there.
Is that the money shot?
Yeah, that's it right there. That's good, right? Somewhere right in there. Yes. I love that shot. Okay. Shape up that plant for us. Pull the leaves off that you don't need. I'm not asking you to bend it and break it open. Just how old is this plant? Talk to me about this plant. How old is it?
I mean, I just started flushing it today, so it's got like a week left.
Okay. In terms of harvest, after you and I talking this time, in terms of harvest, how much more do you think this bucket will get you next time?
I would hope maybe 3-4 times.
Okay. I would like to say 5 times more. Okay? That's okay. Just next time. I say that in 2 or 3 grows, you'll be at 90% of what's possible. So I'm suggesting that 5 times the yield, and that includes shortening veg. So if you looked at it over a year, you would get not only would you be getting more each harvest, you'll get an extra harvest a year, okay? So I'm talking about saving you time and decreasing plant count, increasing efficiency, and if you can do all of those things, what else will increase?
Yield.
Yeah, but what's the other thing? When you get everything right, what increases?
Money, profit.
When you get the right grower and all the grower talent, what increases?
Oh, yield and quality. Both.
Quality. Yield is based on light, quality on grower talent. If this bucket is missing 80%, and it's missing 80%, and you're saying you're flushing it, I'm saying that it was dead on a stick 6 weeks ago. You're missing 80%, and you could take 4 times as many plants, put them on this table, and you still aren't. I mean, what yield in the next 2 weeks, if you're missing 90%, if I'm telling you that you can get 5 times the yield, what's going to happen to this plant in the next whatever your flush is? Okay, wait. Let me ask you a different question. Why are you flushing it?
Because the trichomes, again, this is one of the questions that I need your help with.
Right.
Is when to harvest and reading the trichomes and the clear versus cloudy versus amber, all that stuff. So I'm really flushing because I look through a jeweler's loop and they look pretty cloudy to me. And I know that it's getting close to 8 weeks. It's right. We're at like 6.5 weeks, 7 weeks. And I just think honestly, the plants, they start eating themselves at the end, they start dying. And so I felt like it was getting time. So.
Okay. I accept that. As a great answer. Let me try. I know that you got that out of your system. Let me try that question one more time. Why do you flush? Why does everybody flush?
So, I don't know. That was another. I mean, I literally have it on my notebook to ask you: is flushing necessary?
Okay.
Supposedly, it makes the smoke smoother when you,
okay.
after you
How
dry
does it
cure.
make the smoke smoother?
The newts are supposed to.
There you go. So you flush to
Before
do
that.
what? You flush to do what?
You flush to get rid of the newts.
There it
in
is.
the flower.
There it is. You flush to get rid of the newts. Okay. Let me ask you, if you're missing 90% of your yield, do you think he used 90% less newts?
No.
Okay. What do you really think flushing is going to do this round?
I have no idea.
It's not going to do.
The motions,
Okay, going through the motions, I understand. I'm not looking to put you on the defense. I'm looking to point out that if you had a recipe that should have got you 5 times more, if you got 80% less bud, you used 5 times too many nutrients. So a flush only works if you use the correct amount of nutrients or less. So when I said that nothing in this grow, when you said that you're experimenting and you're learning, and I said nothing translates into your next grow, if you followed the nutrients on the bottle and you got 90% less than you're supposed to, then you used 10 times more nutrients than you needed to. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. There's nothing that a flush is going to do this round when you should have got...
So I just keep feeding it?
No. Nope. You went in the wrong direction. That was a surprise. Okay, so we're at the end of flower.
I don't understand. So
no,
if
I know.
Don't flush.
I know.
I stop watering it?
Okay. More importantly, keep going. You're at the end of flower. You're missing 90% of your yield. You could turn off half of the lights. You could double up the plants. It's over. It's over. It's over. They're done. That's over. There's nothing salvageable about this plant. It's dead on a stick. Even if you flushed it, if they got 10 times the amount of nutrients, you would have to flush it until the end of June.
Okay.
Let's look at the next plant.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a different strain in the same room, so
okay.
I thought
now
if they were on the end of the trellis.
Okay, put the phone down, switch this plant with the other plant, and let's watch you clean it up a little bit. So yeah, put the phone down, switch this plant with the other plant. Let's watch you clean it up. You know, it's at this point in the video that you gotta make the observation. It is remarkably like the Mandy video, right? This is like that, remarkably like that first Boss Mandy video where we watched her shape up those plants. Okay, while you're shaping up and getting rid of the extra leaves and stuff, and ask yourself how tall the plant is and how much of the canopy is bud. How much of the legs and the overall thing. So think about that.
A fourth of it bud is probably 18 inches tall total.
Okay. A fourth of it, you should have half. So not only should your canopy be 2 feet deep, your buds are half the legs. So your legs are 3 times longer than the buds. The canopy's only 6 inches. It should be 2 feet thick with like this. So what I'm going to suggest to you is that these are done. You're missing 98% of your yield. There is nothing that's going to happen you can keep going. I don't mind at all. What I'm suggesting to you is that there is nothing that's going to happen over the next 10 days or whatever your plan is that's going to change this bud. You can't, there's nothing for you to sell. You're missing 98% of your yield. There's nothing that's going to get you, like right now you've got 2% of your yield. If you waited 10 days, you're not going to get 3%. You could wait 20 days and nothing is going to change. And even if you just kept 2 plants to watch the trichomes turn, what I'm going to ask you right now is what I ask every grower at this instant in time. Have you ever declined a bag of weed because you pulled out a loop and looked at the trichomes?
I've honestly never bought flower from a store.
I don't care if you bought it at Lanark at Lanark Park at 2 a.m. Have you ever looked at the trichomes in a bag of weed before you bought it? Then why do you care about the trichomes on this bud? Tell me how you judge a bag of weed, my friend.
Look and smell.
Okay. Is it the trichomes?
No.
Is it the look and smell?
Look and smell.
Look at those buds. Show us the buds and imagine those buds in a bag. That's an eighth. That branch is an eighth. That branch is an eighth. Okay, maybe it's 5 grams. Whatever. That's 15 grams, my friend. 15 grams is a half ounce. That's a half ounce. You were promised a half pound. That's 16 times more. So, 16 times more. You are getting 1/16 with whatever light you have up there. It doesn't change what's on this plant ever again. That plant can be cut down. You are falsely judging a plant based on a thing that you have never personally used in your life. Now, I have never done it either. So, nobody has. That's how crazy it is. Make just your last grower, Jim, even if you thought you had to. What I'm going to tell you is, one, there's going to come a point in a couple of grows where at the end you walk into the room and suddenly it smells like ripe banana, overripe, and you will smell the polyphenols and you will be like, oh yeah. Number 2, you will use so few nutrients next time that you won't need a flush because they ran out of nutrients at week 5. Fuck her. So, your buds will be so big, less nutrients, bigger buds. Overall, you won't even have to think 1 second about the trichomes or any of that, because if you had a top in every trellis hole, right now, you would have 10 times the yield. Do the trichomes matter?
Maybe for the testing, this is what I'm talking to you about.
Let's just,
I have no idea.
Testing aside, other than testing, in the bag appeal of your weed, do the trichomes matter?
No.
Would a cola in every trellis hole, a canopy 24 inches deep with a cola in every trellis hole, does that sound good?
Absolutely.
So you will get 90% more from getting a bud in every trellis hole, a canopy that's 24 inches thick, plants that are healthy with 30 tops of plant with 18 inches long. That's what you signed up for. None of these plants they were done weeks ago. If you take the trichomes out of the equation, you could shut off all of your lights and turn everything off. It's over. Oh, sorry.
Luckily, I don't easily offend, so.
But
it's all good.
You could.
I'm not hurt by the truth. Hey, I inherited this 2 days ago, so I'm here for learning and understanding and a little bit of hand holding. Get me there.
If you can accept that, first it's 1 light per table, and then you can accept the canopy and what's required to get that yield, and then you can accept how far away your yield is from that canopy. We wouldn't mind watching you chop a few plants down. What?
Dude, I was not prepared for that. I'm gonna say I lost my scissors. I don't know.
Okay, I understand.
So what about the babies? Like, I mean, like literally these. I mean, I feel like after talking to you, I need to like flip them to flower. Like,
Okay, I'm not prepared to have a discussion about veg until you and I finish the flower, finish discussing your flower rooms. Then I want to take a look at your veg room, because for me, the reality of the flower room. Oh, when you finish flower, what do you want?
I want a cola in every trellis hole.
Keep going. Keep describing it.
2 pounds. I want 2 pounds. 24 inches of canopy. Legs no longer than the cola.
With a top and with a cola in every trellis hole.
With a cola in every trellis hole.
Buds grow on nodes. Nodes grow on branches. The clones are nodes on branches. Buds grow on nodes. So the whole thing about cannabis canopy is nodes per inch. So we're gonna go now that you've looked at these two plants right here. I want you to take us back into the flower room, and I'd like to talk to you about the flower rooms just for a minute, and then we'll look at your veg room.
Okay. I'll take the charger.
Okay.
On 15%.
420's cake says this guy might win. But Real Wild One says 2% LMAO. So,
Hey, we can all dream, right? So.
Oh, listen, I'm going to tell you something about dreaming. In a bacon and egg breakfast, the chicken is involved. The pig is committed.
There we go.
Okay.
Hey, we're in here.
Talk to me. Tell
We're
me.
in
Turn the camera around so we can see the garden. And I want you to take a step back and tell us how you, like, back by the door.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep my phone plugged in.
Okay, so wherever it is, you keep your phone plugged in. Okay. All I want you to do is I want you to tell me what you feel about this room, about the lights and the plants and the canopy. After 2 hours of this, I want you to reevaluate this room and just tell us, show us the room. Tell me what you're thinking about the plants. Stay by the charger.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I don't have nearly enough colas and trellis holes. I mean, you can see big gaps, right? Where we're using way too much light. So in reality, I want to turn the lights down 50% because that's just burning electricity. Obviously, we need to veg less. We need less time. We need more plants. I think what I struggle with is this room does smell really good. And it's like a week from harvest. And even if I get 3 pounds out of it, I truly feel like it'd still be worth it, for a week.
Okay, but when my observation was nothing is going to change in another week. Look at those plants. How far away?
Yeah, so you just chop them and you don't finish them, right?
Look at those plants, and imagine 2 soda can colas in every trellis hole, and you tell me how far away from that vision. Buds so big you can surf across them. How far away?
Should I just chop it down and then move some of those veg plants out of my bedroom in here and just start all over?
Okay, we don't know about the veg yet. I'm saving that for after.
Because I mean, if I chop down, I don't have clones to replace it, so it'd just be sitting here empty anyways.
Boy, that's a big thing to understand. You're about to learn. When I said you can get a harvest every week, every 4 weeks, every 2 weeks, you're about to learn how important having your plants in veg is. Now, I'm not prepared to talk about veg yet because I haven't seen those plants. What I'm asking you to do is look at this garden, look at the garden you're looking at, and tell me if Colas 2 feet thick in every trellis hole is a 10. On a scale from 1 to 10, what is this garden?
Oh, 1.5.
Okay. In a week from now, what do you think it's going to be?
A 1.5.
In 3 weeks from now, what do you think it's going to be?
Probably past harvestable. Still a 1.5 as
Yeah.
far as yield goes.
It's still a 1.5. So, if trichomes don't matter and nothing's going to change, when are these plants done?
Now?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Yes, I'll accept now, though. But,
Okay.
Again, you can keep them. You could put a whole bunch under one light just to see what happens. But they're also done. And if you want to keep one light on, that's fine. But you're going to be turning off 30 lights. That's how far away you are from where you're supposed to be. So they're done. It's been done for a while. That's it. You're going to learn right now that...
So question then. My grower was a firm believer on like dark before chop. Is that a thing?
Okay. If this is a 1 and I'm going to promise you a 10, maybe it's a thing, maybe not. I have no idea. And neither do you. Because there's no information about a dead garden that translates into a win. Does turning the light off for 24 or 48 hours matter? I don't know. There's no way for you to know in this garden. Because even if you went another week, what's going to happen in this garden?
I mean, after talking to you, I don't think anything's going to get better. It's not going to improve.
Okay, so
but I mean,
what are you going to do? What do you think
better,
24 hours of darkness is going to do to a dead plant?
Supposedly it's supposed to dump all of its
No.
into the
No. What do you think? Who's buried? Listen. What do you think 24 hours of darkness is going to do to a dead, busted, burnt to shit plant?
Make it less dead and dusted?
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Honestly, I don't know. I feel like it's a trick question.
Yeah. It's a dead, busted plant. There's nothing you can do anymore.
I think there's more colas and canopy
Okay.
on this one.
Okay. How many lights are above that table?
2.
Okay. How much yield are you supposed to get from 2 pounds?
From 2 lights, I'm supposed
2
to
lights.
get
Sorry,
4
2
pounds.
lights. Sorry, 2 lights. How much yield do you get from 2 lights?
4 pounds.
Describe the canopy and the plant for 4 pounds.
4 pounds. 4 pounds. I need 48 inches of canopy, cola in every trellis hole, and the legs 12 inches.
Well, the leg's no longer than 4 feet, right? So you'd have 4 feet worth of bud and 4 feet worth of
24
leg.
inches.
So you'd
Okay.
have an 8-foot plant. Even if you had a 5-foot plant, you would have 4 feet worth of canopy. Show me the table. Oh!
Look at that.
Oh, come on, man. You're supposed to have 4 feet worth of canopy to get 4 pounds. You've got that. When is it? Oh, yeah, it's like that. It's like that.
It's as long as my forearm.
Okay, so where's the other 3.5 feet?
I'm making light of it. It's not funny.
Okay.
It's sad. Really is. But you got to laugh or you'll cry.
Okay, that's why it's time to shut this down. Imagine your buddies, your friends, now that you understand how far away from reality this is, I'm going to tell you a secret. And those leaves are pretty bad. But look at me, I'm going to tell you a secret. Show me the, sorry. Just listen to me, show me the plants. I'm going to tell you a secret. Your friends said your buddies with his busted plants are going to get you $1,500 to $2,000 a pound. I don't care if you get $1,500 to $2,000 a pound. I'm going to get you 10 times more yield for 50% less electricity. So,
Yeah.
I'm going to
That
get
works
you
too.
Yeah.
The math works.
Yeah. So if they think this busted fucking dead busted weed is worth
This is a bad tip.
1,500, imagine what. Oh yeah, look at all the empty trellis holes. Imagine what you're going, Code Brown. Imagine what your weed is going to be worth when you have 2-foot colas in every trellis hole.
Sounds good.
That's a big.
All right, so what am I doing? I'm turning off the light. I'm cutting
yeah.
them down. All right, I'm there. What
Yeah,
do I do?
if you can find your scissors, I wouldn't mind watching a few plants. I've got some time.
All right, hang on a second.
Oh yeah, that's always my favorite. The stroke shot. The stroke shot, dude. I forgot to do the countdown. I mean, we got there, right? I mean, that was what you were heading toward the. He found the scissors. He said he wasn't gonna, but then he found the scissors. We got that busted up, burnt to shit, no turf, boof ass plants. Boy, he has been a good. I mean, he's been a good fucking sport about this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Luke is like, oh, listen, maybe you could do a little better for us. But this guy is right there. Boy, everybody is really cheering for
Let's start
you.
with the super tall one.
Yeah, just show us. Yeah, just give us the cut. Cut one. Give us a little. Yeah, cut one for us. There you go. Yeah, let's start a little pile. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. Let's start a little pile. Yeah, you can start it right there at the end of the table. Whatever it is you're gonna do. Yeah, let's get that. Yeah, just start it right on the table. You're okay.
Actually, I'm just gonna.
Oh, there you go. Oh yeah, you gotta chop it out of there. I thought it fell out of there. I didn't realize it was.
It almost did.
Yeah, I thought it did. You're gonna have to set that phone down. 420 Cakes wants you to know that he's here for you.
In Oklahoma?
We're gonna need to see you get. Is that smoke alarm? It's a smoke alarm. Good for him.
All right.
Okay, what do you got? You got something to put the camera down? There you go. Let's start a pile.
Another little bouquet.
Yeah. Okay, let's grab that little plant right there. You had a couple little ones right there. Yeah, grab that one. Yeah, and the one to the right too.
You want to see it?
Yeah. Look at that. Just give it a little turn for us. Yeah, 5 little tiny boof bammer. Okay, let's. Yeah, look at that last one. I mean, that last one in the row. God, just drives me crazy. It never got bigger than the bucket. Oh, we missed that. Oh, you did that just off camera. Oh, look at that. Yeah, look at that little thing. Yeah, won't be too hard to trim that. Yeah. You can watch real wild ones. I think he's even in chat. Yeah, show us the next one. Look at that. Oh, look at the leaves on it. That's how you know it's done. You're looking for the trichomes, and it's been over for a minute.
That one didn't count.
Right. Except for that one. Right, because it was in the trellis with the other ones with 2 lights per table. Right. Two Yates wants to know how much a grower goes for. Like, what's the value of a grower? I don't know if you want to answer that.
It seems like a waste. It's actually costing me money, so. There we go.
Okay. Yeah. Look at the leaves on it. Look at the leaves on it. That's not yellow faded. That's burnt up. They're twisted. They're burnt up. All right, a couple more plants. We got some time. I got you. We're gonna go into veg. I got you. We got nothing but time. Oh yeah, yes, just like that. Yeah, yeah. Look at that little. Yeah, brutal. But listen, you're gonna get a yield. You're gonna get a yield, and I see that. But you're also gonna save a tremendous amount of money in lights. If you know what I mean. That's your. I know that's not the goal. Boy, that one is especially leggy, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's got some pretty long legs on it.
Now, while you're doing this, I want you to just listen to me tell you a couple of things, okay? You keep chopping and showing us, and I want you to just listen to me.
Smell good.
I know, that's the thing. Even when you miss by 90%, it still has a smell to it. Okay. All right. Also, you can entirely reconfigure your air conditioner and CO2. I saw that tank because you'll have way less light. Okay. You keep doing this. And look at those 2 leaves on that bud right there. Look how burnt up they are. Okay. Right now, look at this plant. See these burnt up leaves? In your Rolodex, in your dank bank, when you take a picture, in your mental index, as the plants finish over the last 4 weeks, the leaves will fade yellow, and over the last 4 weeks, you'll be pulling off leaves. So at this point, you won't have any.
You pull them off as they fade to yellow.
Not just fade to yellow. When you have a canopy full of colas, if you've got a leaf that's on top of another bud, you'll just take that leaf. And as they finish and as they grow through the colas, you'll trim back the leaves. You'll walk through the garden and you'll walk through the garden, my brother, and you will be trimming the leaves as you go. One of the things that I want you to hear, that one, like when you look at those leaves and you chop this down, one of the things that I want you to understand as we watch you, set that free and finish it. One of the things that I want you to understand is that when you're winning, none of these problems exist. Your entire electrical use for the entire building is going to go down for no other reason than you're separating out the lights, less air conditioner. Your yield is going to go up. Your world is going to smooth out. Ooh. Oh, come on. That was your fault for not that. Listen, that was fucking, you put that thing in your mind as never happen again. That's the one. Look at the leaves. Don't discount this. Look at the top leaves. See the curl up? Not a yellow. They from the bottom up. Look at the length of the bud at the bottom. This is the one. There are other plants like it. There will be more buds like it, but this one right here in this video right now, that's the one.
All right.
All right. Keep going.
Gonna haunt my dreams, eh?
It's at the end of this video, it's like coming back from the beach after a day or being on a boat. It's overwhelming. You're still rocking. Chaotic says he can't wait to see you win. Oh yeah. Listen, in your dank bank of all the in your thing, that plant right there. I mean, you see my point? It just looks like the other one. Look at the leaf curl, burnt up, short, not enough tops. So, that's not what you signed up for.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
So that's what we're doing right now. We are watching you we're ending the relationship of where it's at, and there's nothing you can do to salvage this now. Not flush, not anything. Yeah, keep going. Trim a couple down, yeah. Look at the legs on them, look at the leaves on them. This is yeah. But just so you know, this is $1,500 to $2,000 a pound. So, you know, even if you just burnt the shit out of 10 times more yield. Even if you just burnt the shit out of 10 times more yield, in your mind right now, everybody else thinks this is a win. You are so far away from where a win is. They are so far away from what a win is that your buddy in the other building is doing the same thing. There are like 10 people that grow good plants. You're going to be like 11. You'll watch the Artie video, how tough it was for him to let go. But you have been on track with this, the entire thing. You have just been going with it. But just between me and you, go on, what were you going to ask?
No, I was just going to say, I know that this is not what it should be. So it's not, I don't get attached to it, and I'm upset that they look, this way. So it's not that hard to chop it down.
Okay, I want you to think about Bob Marley weed. Bob Marley weed has leaves so big and so green you can roll joints in them. The buds are so long, the branches are leaning over on top of the trellis. We're going to do that. We're going to take this into the Bob Marley feeling. I'm going to get that feeling back for you of your grow. It just takes a couple of grows. I will get that feeling for you. But this is a 1 the whole way. And this is the end result. You should have known this. See how far apart the nodes are? The buds are little bud. You should have, by next round, if you keep this, you watch this video again, by next round, you'll be able to predict what your flower garden looks like by the way you start flowering. Because if you start flowering with a top in every other trellis hole, what do you already know?
Well, I'm going to have a much higher yield.
Yes. If you start flowering the bud in half the trellis holes, you could get twice as much. So you already have a more mature sense of right from wrong. That's all I can give you in this video, is a more mature sense of right and wrong, cut back to what it needs to be. This funny because this is always where everyone's like trimming their bud and they've got all the buckets in their flower garden. Nobody, there's not enough labor to do all of it. That bud right there, that plant right there. You can put that plant in your mind as the worst plant. That is exactly what you don't want to do. No, I'm just saying they're all like that. We could say that about every one that you're pulling out this time.
Yeah. This one's kind of stacked. Of the lackluster performance, this one isn't like the biggest loser. It's probably
okay. The buds are as long as the brand. The buds are as long as the legs. Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
it's still lackluster, but
wait. If you put that in a 1 gallon bucket, how long was the veg?
2 weeks.
Yes, sir.
2?
Yes, sir. Exactly right. How many of those would you need?
Like 40 a table.
At least.
40.
Look at it from the top. Wait. Look at it from the top and tell me how many trellis holes this would fill.
Maybe 3.
Okay. So I'm going to say that maybe you could put 70 plants on here. First off. Second off, it only went 1 foot, which means you still couldn't get 2 pounds. If you filled up the whole trellis with 1 foot tall worth of bud, how much yield would you get?
If I filled up a whole trellis with
Look at that plant. Look at that plant. It's got a 1 foot canopy. If you filled up a 4x8 table with 1 foot worth of bud, how much weight is that?
1 pound per light.
Okay, 1 pound from the table, right?
Yeah, 1 pound per table, yeah.
If your light's worth 2 pounds, you've lost 50% of your yield, and the light was twice as bright as it needed to. So, even if a 2-week veg grew that, your light requires 2 feet worth of bud to get the yield. So you could have done those plants on that table with a 1,000-watt single end on a light mover. What I'm getting at is you better get 2 fucking feet worth of bud, or you only get a pound a table. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Right, because if you've got 4 pounds a table with 2 lights above it, how long should your buds be?
2 lights, and I want 4 pounds?
Yeah, you want 4 pounds a table. How long does your bud need to be?
I need 48 inches of canopy.
Yeah, you need 4 feet worth of bud. Is that possible?
No.
Right. So in your mind, you need a foot a pound. You know what I mean? You need a foot a pound. So if you think you can grow a 3-foot bud, okay, you can have 1.5 light per table, or you could have like a light plus CO2 and microbes. So that's how you get there. Yeah, you keep chopping. What I'm getting at is the only way to get more bud than 2 pounds per table. What do you have to do with the bud?
Well, I mean, you're potentially burning. Yeah, you're going to burn up the top.
Right. So 3 feet would be the limit, but 2 feet is what everybody does. So if you get 2 pounds per light at 2 feet and you add microbes and CO2, you would get 2.5 feet worth of canopy. That's safe, but not 3 feet. So the most you could do is 2.5 per table with 2.5 feet worth of bud. Leave the lights where they are, 1 light per table, leave the lights where they are. You finish 2.5 foot long buds. 1 light per table.
Can we go to the other flower room? I'm curious to.
Yeah, let's go.
I think that one's better. The room's better just because we did put more plants, and I feel like there are more colas for. Like, I think if we, double click on that and see what you think about this room.
I love it.
This room feels like it's got more. It's less failure, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, is this the room? How many lights per table?
This room has 5 tables, 10 lights, 2 lights per table.
Okay, so
I need 4 pounds. This is the 48-inch scenario.
Okay. So 48-inch scenario. Now describe to me what you were saying in the door. Tell me about that looks like that plant looks like the shortest, your best plant. You know what this plant looks like? This plant looks like the best plant from the other room, doesn't it?
But this room has red dragon, man. Red dragon right here.
Well, maybe if you flower it for 8 more weeks, you'll grow 4-foot buds.
I'm just playing with you.
I know.
But look, I mean, this room does have more colas. We put more plants. This one isn't as much of a failure, though, right? Give me that.
Yeah. Okay.
Still needs more colas, and I mean, I bet it's 50%, maybe 40%.
Well, the bud should be 4 feet long. How long are your buds?
I'm just talking about colas per trellis hole. These are lackluster too. I mean, as far as yield goes, because they're only about I mean, I would say, my hand might be 6 or 7 inches, you know.
Are you flushing these too?
No, they have a long time left on. I mean, I think they have like 3 or 4 weeks left.
Okay.
Should I start flushing now?
And turn off half. And if these things are supposed to be 4 feet tall and they're 6 inches tall, you could turn off.
So I need like 40% of. I need 40% of the light.
You wouldn't actually dim the light. What you would do is turn off a bunch of the lights and push the rest of them closer together. As when you're finishing flower, you don't want to dim the light. You want to increase the canopy because they turn to mush.
Okay.
That's going to be a big deal.
Turn off some lights and move them closer together.
That's a big deal because that's a big deal because I want you to understand something else right now. If you have 8 lights in flower and you have 8 lights in veg, if you have 8 1,000 watt lights in flower, you would have 8 600 watt lights in veg. If you have 8,000 watt lights in flower, you could have 4,000 watt lights in veg. The problem is, if you have 1,000 watts in veg, when you go into flower, you would not start with a 600 watt. So if you decide to do 1,000 watts in veg, when you go into flower, you have to pay attention to that because you're going.
What happens, Lynn? What happens if you don't step it up? Because that's ultimately that's what is happening. We're at 1,000 watts in veg, like a week after we get the clones.
Okay. If you can do 1,000 watts with clones. If you took 1,000 watt light and put it 20 feet away from 900 clones, it would be the right amount of light.
Okay, I got you.
What I'm getting at is it's like trying to start in your car in 6th gear. Even if you're freeway the whole way there, you still have to get onto the freeway. So any light can work anywhere, but clones want very little bit of light. So you'd have a ton of clones with a light far away. The thing is, the plants should always be bigger than the bucket. They should always look green. There should never be too much light. The canopy should always be full, even if you have to push the plants together. What I wanted to point out to you about these plants is in the other room, you said they were in week 7. And I said, even if you let them go for 8 more weeks, what do you think would happen? And what did you say?
Nothing.
So
waste money.
You waste money. So look at these plants, and I'm going to ask you, if you let them go for 8 more weeks, what do you think is going to happen?
I mean, I got to hope that they'll be better in 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Okay. So if it takes 4 feet to get your yield, are you going to grow the other 3.5 feet in the next 2 weeks?
No, absolutely. No, I'm not. I 100% expect this room to be 6 pounds.
Okay, so here's all you can do. All you can do is cut them out of the trellis. Do you have a place? Can you set the phone down here? Can you hook it up to power? I'm going to...
Super hard to set it down. It's got like 6%, so I can't let it go.
Go plug it in. Okay.
No, it's plugged in, but it's still at 6%.
Okay, that's okay. All you can do in this room is chop up the screen, push them all together, and turn on like 2 lights or 3 lights. But I just want to point out that you go from how many lights are in this room?
10.
So you go from 10 lights to 2 or 3 lights. I just want to dim your expectations by 80%. So whatever you think is going to happen over the next 3 weeks, reduce that expectation by 7 out of 10 lights.
So if I'm expecting 5 or 6 pounds, you're saying I'm going to get 30% of that.
Okay, let me suggest this. 4 pounds is 1 table with 4 feet worth of canopy. So if you can find a 4x8 table if you could take everything in there and put it into a 4x8 table, the first thing you have to do is double the plant count because you only have half as much canopy. Then the next thing you have to do is add twice as many plants 4 levels higher. So if that's 4 pounds. So I think all you can do at this point is chop up the screen and push them together. Even if you just chop up one screen on this one table, you chop them up, take 1 sec, I'll be right back, and then push them together on this one
Yeah, I'll
table.
pick up the scissors.
What? Okay. You don't have to chop a second table. You can just push everything on one table closer together. The only mistake in all of this you want to make is growing them a little bigger than you need, so you're sure you have a fantastic top in every trellis hole that's 8 to 10 inches tall with 5 to 7 nodes on it right there. So by the time it more than doubles, or doubles at least in flower, you'll have 2 feet worth of canopy with a cola in every trellis hole. And the lesson that you're going to learn on this table by chopping them up and pushing them together will carry with you. I just love Lone Villain. Listen, Lone Villain has been growing so good for so long, and he's never really had any problems. And he's had so much success that even if there was any room for improvement, who cares? Lone Villain is doing so good. So I haven't seen Lone Villain for a while, and here he is, and he goes, that room and half full. What the fuck? That is such a Lone Villain. Let them eat cake thing for Lone Villain. I don't understand. Lone Villain, and that was one of the things I always teased him about. He never had any problems. So in Lone Villain's world, he just can't imagine what it's, and because it's not half full. He has half the plants that he needs, and he needs to be 4 feet worth of canopy, and he's got less than 1. So he's actually half the plants, and then there's 80%, 85, 90% less canopy than he needs, and the canopy that he needs is not possible. Ooh, did you see that plant right there? Sneak past. Did you see that little? He pulled it right there in the corner. Yeah, that was perfect. You saw that little edge go right there. Doot, 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 doot. Jersey. Pull that plant. I'm excited to see when he squishes all these together. I mean, he had said I'd need like 30% more plants. I bet you when he pushed. Oh, you know what? I already know, but we're gonna see them. Do you think they're gonna be bucket to bucket? How do you think he's gonna set them up? Do you think they'll be bucket to bucket? Do you think they'll be pulled apart? I'm like curious to see. Viking says he's going to do bucket to bucket. I think maybe there's going to be some spaces Let's see what he does with it. Let's see what catfish. I do like catfish for him. Okay, so they are bucket to bucket. Okay, now I'm going to tell you something about bucket to
I
bucket.
took you very literal when you said smash them together. I literally just pushed them.
Okay, now you had said earlier they would require 30% more buckets. Give me an estimate. How much of the table is full now?
3/4.
So you're saying 6 out of 8 feet? 5 out of 8 feet. What do you think? 2 feet?
My hand.
Okay.
So probably like 8. This is probably 18 inches, probably another foot. So maybe 30 inches at the most.
Okay, so I'll go with 6 feet and 2. So at 8 feet, they would need 25% more. Your estimate was correct. Now, let's go to the other side. And let's go to those plants right there. Stand in front of those. Nope. The ones you just squished together. Can you?
Oh.
Yeah. Stand in front of them. Can you see the bucket through the plant? Oh, sorry. Look at the top. Can you see the buckets through the plants?
Yeah, on some of it, most of the spaces, yeah.
Yeah, we can too. So, you could add more plants in between those plants too. So, I'll go with your 30% number. I'll take 30% more plants. Now, if you added 30% more plants, you would still need 4.5 more feet straight up. So grab some plants from the other table and squish them onto this table. We'll wait for you. Leave it plugged in.
Okay.
Leave it plugged in. I want to make sure. Don't leave it plugged in.
Getting creative here, trying.
No problem. We appreciate it. No problem. You can turn it sideways. No problem. You're in no rush. Listen, you and I are going to do this for a minute. So you are under no pressure. There is no other content. You got to admit, there's no other content. But, you know what I mean? But a couple of us that, me, you, Mandy. Yeah, Ultimate Gross Luke. There's no other. Yeah. Okay, listen, Cali Exotic says he needs more plants that are bigger, not less plants that are bigger. You have to be careful when you say the word bigger because there's only 2 directions, wider and taller. And the taller the plant, the longer the leg, the longer the veg. That is what he is about to learn right here. He doesn't have enough tops for the bucket that he's in. That's why you could still see the bucket through the canopy at the end of flower. He's going to add 30% more plant, and when you look through those buckets, you'll be able to see when you look through that canopy, you'll be able to see it. Now, he's got 4 pounds worth of weed that he's supposed to grow on this table. 4 pounds is 4 feet worth of bud and 4 feet worth of leg. We have 1 foot worth of bud. I'm just saying, if you're going to grow 4 feet worth of leg and 4 feet worth of bud, you've got an 8-week veg. If you're going to grow an 8-week veg, I could do this big a plant in 8 weeks. You would put 6 on the Soil Life 420, Hemp with GG, Tone G, Indoor Promised Land, Grow More, Stress Less would do 2 plants. I'm just saying that the higher the plant count, the worse the grower. The only time you do a higher plant count is a sea of green. If you're in a 3-gallon pot in flower, that's not a sea of green. That's a 1-gallon pot. And if you were doing a sea of green, you wouldn't have 4 tops per plant. You'd have 1 bud that was like 2 feet fucking long. It'd be swaying. You'd have to box it when you went in the room. You don't see that either. So when you substitute plant count for tops, because remember, the goal is you have to go into flower with, depending on your light, you have to go into flower with 5 to 7 nodes, a certain amount of top in every trellis hole. I don't care how many plants you have. The simple math of it is, if you have a 2-week veg, you're going to have 1 foot leg. If you have a 4-foot leg veg, you're going to have 4-week veg, you're going to have 2 feet worth of leg. If you have a 6-week veg, you're still going to have 2 feet worth of leg, but you're going to pull the plant open, you'll have twice as many tops. I'm just saying that there's a certain thing that happens at week 3. And if you haven't opened up the plant and you haven't increased the diameter, by the end of week 3, the plant will never be bigger than the bucket. Your legs will always be longer than the canopy. You will never get enough tops to fill up the trellis holes just over the bucket. And it puts you in this code brown situation where after he goes and gets enough plants to fill in the whole freaking table, you're still going to be code brown. And that's because the plant never got bigger than the bucket. In fact, these plants don't even fill up the trellis holes over the bucket, because if they filled up the trellis holes over the bucket, you wouldn't be able to see the bucket. There's the bucket. Look at it from the top. Show us the top. Look at, maybe not right there. Okay, you got a bunch of them stuffed right there. Keep walking. All right, look at that. Look at all the bucket. All I'm saying is, if he was supposed to get, if the yield on this table required this many plants, it would still have to be 4 feet worth of cola to get that yield from the light. Because, Eric, yield is based on
light
and quality.
Grower.
Okay, so if you've got enough yield for 4 pounds and you've got, what was it, 90, whatever those plants are, they are so far away from 4 feet. I'm just saying it's not possible to grow that size and shape indoors.
95 wide, so 45 plants.
Okay, 45 plants. What I'm suggesting is that if you put 2 lights over 2 tables like that, I mean, that's such a huge decrease in light. That right there. Okay, so we would go from 4 feet worth of canopy. If you put 1 light over each table, how thick should the canopy be?
To get 4 pounds?
No, sir. If you put 1 light over each table, what is the new adjusted yield?
Oh, 2 pounds.
Describe that canopy to me.
24 inches of canopy, cola in every trellis hole.
Okay, so in 3 weeks, look at this. In 3 weeks, in 3 more weeks, how long will those buds be? Will they be 1 foot long, do you think?
Yeah, they'll be a foot.
Okay, so if you have 1 light and you get 1 foot worth of bud, for what do you expect from 1 foot worth of canopy?
1 pound.
Okay, so if you have a light that's capable, if you put 1 light that's capable of 1,000 watts and 2 pounds, and you put 1 pound worth of canopy over it, what do you have to do to the light?
Dim it by 50%.
Yeah, but you can't dim it. So what you do is you get a lot of plants. Maybe you dim it a little bit. You dim it like 25%. You put twice as many plants on. You only put 1 light over each table, and you finish it peacefully.
So basically what I'm hearing is I move all these plants or the best of them, and I just cut the losers out, turn off all 5 of these lights, maybe leave these
1 light per table. 1 light per table.
1 light per table. So I leave 3 lights on over here.
You will consolidate.
And I move all the plants. I move all these plants, and I fill in these 3 tables. And I just turn off this whole row, and I just leave 3 lights on over here.
You consolidate everything as best as you can, and you put no more than 1 light per table, and that's all you can expect, because you only have 1 foot of canopy. So if you hit 1 foot of canopy with 2 feet worth of light, that's like going from veg at 600 to flower the next day at 1,000. No. Flower at 1,000 is halfway through flower, and then you finish. So going from veg, first, second, third gear, you go into fourth, you thin the plant out, you put it under the same light. 2 weeks later, they're looking better. You wait 1 more week, then you turn it up a little. In a week, you turn it up a little. Now your buds are 18 inches long. You turn it up to 90%. You turn it up to 100%. You're at week 6. You have 8 plants per table. You've got 40 18-inch long colas hidden in a 24-inch canopy. You know what I mean? With a cola in every trellis hole. That's the right amount of bud for that light. Whoa, what is that? So I'm just saying,
away, like all these over here in the corner.
I'm just saying,
maybe keep this one.
You have to have a new perspective for the value of a cola, right?
I know. I'm saying I'll just throw these ones away.
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah, look at that one on the
then
left. Look at that one. Yeah, the one. No, that. Yeah, yes. Okay, this is what happens when you don't top a plant. You get a runaway top. So in this one, you could have topped that middle one earlier, and the other ones would have been beefier. Although, yeah, exactly. Although when I say beefier, you could find another plant in that nonsense pile to the right that has 4 branches that are, yeah, that's a little beefier. You could have topped that one in the middle, and the other 4 or 5 ones at the bottom would have absorbed it. So that's the penalty for not shaping it up, is you get a runaway. Look at that one in the very back behind those two. See what I mean? That's over. Look at the one next to that one on the left against the back wall. Yeah, that's over, right? There's nothing there. Look behind them against the back wall. There's that one back there too. Yeah, pull that. Nope, back wall. Nope, back wall. Behind them. Yeah. Okay, there you go. So it's not bigger than the bucket. There is no cola. You would need. So I'm just saying, I don't know what you think that's going to do with 3 weeks, but after this call, when you go back through and you reshape everything, that's the kind of plant that you would sort of chop to make everything else look a little better. Okay?
So I'm going to throw away all these ones. I'm just going to put them in the way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. 3 weeks ago. They would have never. That one, wait, turn back around. Sorry, turn back around. Sorry. Stop. Show us those plants right there. Show me that first plant. Nope. Behind you. Turn around. Okay, see that one right there? See that one right there? That never would have left the party cup. So when I tell you, I need you to be able to look at a flowering plant, and I want you to be able to imagine it all the way back in veg. If that was in a party cup, where would you top it?
If this was in a cup, where would I top it?
Yeah.
Probably like right here.
Yeah. And what would you do? You would top it and do what with it?
I would stretch it out so it would fan out a little bit.
Yeah. Put it back under the same light. Put it back under the same light, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this thing isn't even a good example of a party cup. And it's veg plus 5 weeks of flower. So imagine all of the light you've thrown at the dirt in that bucket. That's why the plant should always be bigger than the bucket, and the canopy should always be smushed together. So you're not bucket to bucket. The plant can get wider, and you're not throwing light at the floor. You're not throwing light at the bucket. When you throw light at the bucket, there's no cola in that trellis hole. Sorry, you know what I mean?
So in this instance, did we not veg long enough?
Oh, there is no instance in your world where you didn't veg long enough. The thing is, you don't have enough tops. So the question is, did something go wrong, like you took shitty clones from shitty plants with a shitty grower, or did just this one thing go wrong? So what I'm going to tell you is everything was wrong with the grower. They should have been in party cups, because if you turn around, and you look at these plants, if you go into, when you start flower, describe the canopy to me when you start flower.
Canopy starting flower, we're looking at 12 inches, cola in every, top in every trellis hole, and 600 watts.
Well, no. How many nodes?
5 to 7.
Yeah. So in this garden here, if you go into flower with 10 to 12 inches worth of branch in every trellis hole with 5 to 7 nodes, you are 5 weeks deep. Are they longer than a foot?
This side, no. This side, I feel like to get to a foot.
Okay, and it's code brown, and you could double. So what I'm getting at here is maybe it's a failure in veg time, but nowhere in this garden does this grower top correctly and shape up their plants. It's not like all I had to do is say, oh, veg a little longer, and we would have been off the phone 3 hours ago. Everything is wrong. So it's not about veg time, and these things here, they're not good for plants in a party cup. They don't have as many tops in plants in a party cup under a T5 light pre-veg, just so you can take your time. That's how far away these plants are from where they're supposed to be. You could push them all together and put one light over each table, but all I'm saying is you could take a picture right now and a picture in 3 weeks, and you'll get 7% for 3 weeks. It might be a little bit more, but remember, it's 7% of one light, not 7% of 4 pounds. It's 7% of a 600 watt light because it's 1 foot deep, not 2 feet deep. So I'm just saying, you push them all together, dim the 1,000 a little bit, and enjoy it. All right, let's go into the next room.
Next one's bedroom.
There's one more flower room, right?
No, just 2 flower rooms, 1 bedroom.
Okay, all right, let's go into the bedroom. Sorry. Right. All of those plants started as clones, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The ones in room 2 were not. They were seed. But room 1 and room 3, this one right now, the one that we're the one in veg, these all did start as clones.
Okay, so just so you know, just so you know, you would never flower the seeds. You would grow the plants, take the clones, and do that round. Because seeds require an extra month, so their legs get long. So if you've got a facility and everything's growing good, you start 10 seeds, you're not pressed for time. Okay, so you can grab any you know what, let's start by grabbing your best plant. You go grab me your favorite plant. You can grab me 2 of your favorite plants.
That looks pretty good.
Grab me 2 of your favorite plants. Don't ask me. Just grab me 2 of your favorite plants. How many lights are over this table?
2 lights.
Wow. Oh, Grow Boss, you're the best. You're gonna fix everything. Grow Boss, 1 phone call gets you started. Grow Boss is the best. Who's the best catfish? Grow Boss is the best. I got it. Don't worry about it. You carry your plants around. I'll carry the show. Good job, Grow Boss.
Got my cords all twisted.
Yeah, that's the least of your problems is the cords all twisted. I got like 9 more things to go over, so don't be so fast to judge. Oh, the tables.
All right.
Oh,
well,
the tables.
You want me to take them out of the room, or
No,
you want me to just put them here?
I need some place where you can just set the phone down so we can see you work with a couple of your best plants.
Okay.
If you can do
I
that,
gotta plug it in because it's gonna die.
do whatever you have to do. Go plug it in and then bring these plants. Go plug it in. So
Okay.
go plug it in. I don't want to lose you. I'm in no rush. Go plug it in.
All right, I'm gonna set it down.
Yeah, set it down. Plug it in. Yes. I hate flower room on camera. And I hate flower room especially because you guys all put twice as much light. You guys are all a bunch of plant killers. God, look at that fucking plant. And just let's be clear, we're saving the best. I'm still saving the best part for the end. Oh, I'm still saving the best part for the end. Oh, I'm... Oh, he has more than enough light to support the rooms. Isn't that crazy, the amount of equipment? Oh, good. That plant was... Oh, good. That was that dead plant from the... From earlier. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm just a baby. Okay, push the plant behind it out of the way so we're just looking at one plant. Okay, now, 1,000-watt light. Describe the plant to me.
It's about...
No, if you had a 1,000-watt light, if you had a 1,000-watt light in flower, describe the plant to me.
Oh, 1,000-watt light flower. I want 12 inch.
No, what at the end of flower? At the end of flower, what will the plant look like?
Okay, I need cola in every trellis hole. I need 18 inches of cola, 24 inches of canopy, 12 inches of stock.
Not 12 inches. How many inches?
12 inches of.
If you have 24 inches of canopy, how much leg are you allowed?
12 or 18?
Leg equals canopy.
Okay, 24.
So you got 24 inches of canopy and 24 inches of leg. Okay?
Okay.
Inside that 24 inches of canopy will be an 18-inch cola. So you got a 24-inch canopy, 24 inches of leg. You've got, and how long is that veg?
4 weeks.
4 weeks. And how many plants per table?
30.
Yeah, like 12. So like 2-week veg,
okay.
like a 2-week veg might be like 30 or 40. So a 4-week might get us 12.
What size pot? What size pot for 12 pots?
Okay, if you were vegging 12 plants, you would finish them, let's say, in a 5-gallon bucket. So you would veg them in a 1-gallon bucket.
We're vegging and flowering in the same bucket, so don't do that.
No, you'll veg in a 1 and you'll transplant into a 3 or a 5.
Okay.
If you go from a 1 to a 3, listen. If you go from a 1 to a 3, you will be watering every 3 days at the end of flower. If you go from a 1 to a 5, you will be watering every 4 days at the end of flower. Nothing else changes. The plants will still be bigger than the bucket because a 3-gallon and a 5-gallon are the same size bucket. The 5-gallon's just taller. The only difference between a 3 and a 5-gallon is watering at the end of flower. Okay?
And do you recommend these fabric pots or a different kind of pot?
Okay, that's funny that you should ask because we were just talking about Mandy with that. You will never use fabric pots again because they're difficult to move around. And when your plants are 10 times bigger, do you really care if it's plastic or fabric?
I'm just asking the questions. I know the reason why we went with fabric supposedly is the water, escapes it better or something.
Right. So
Air to the root.
when you have as many plants as you do, when you fill up a fabric pot, describe the process of transplanting into a fabric pot.
I mean, actually, it's pretty easy because, like I said, we take the clone, just literally put our hand in the dirt, make a hole,
Okay.
cover it up.
Describe filling up the pot.
We've got like a little scoop, so we break the bag open. Usually 5 to 6 pots per bag. We just scoop it out, scoop it in.
Okay, so is it easy to scoop it into a cloth pot, or does it take more time?
It's pretty easy. I mean, they stand up on their own.
In terms of time, you're a guy with a job, and you're going to come in here, and we've already got less plants. But do you think filling up a cloth pot, moving cloth pots around, and then emptying cloth pots, do you think it takes more time or less time than plastic pot?
I've never done a plastic pot, so I'm going to trust whatever you say.
Okay, so it's 30% less time to deal with a plastic pot.
Okay.
Your plants will be 10 times bigger, and I don't care if you grow in a cloth pot or a plastic pot. The reason you'll never do a cloth pot again is because they suck to deal with. At your level. 3 plants in a house, don't even care. But at your level, you'll never do it again. So, let's open up this plant. Bend it open a little for me. Like clean up the bottom. Like just pull off just clean up the bottom a little bit. Just pull off the bottom little bit right there.
Right here?
Yeah. Yeah, just
Nope.
Nope, just with your fingers. Just roll it off. Don't Hulk hand. Nope. Don't bend the branch. Just pinch off the bottom couple of nodes. They're never going to go anywhere. Just pinch. Yeah, just pull those little nodes off. Turn the plant, pull the nodes off. We're just going to clean up the bottom. Like you see where the top is. The top's 10 inches away from the bottom. The bottom branches are never going to catch up. So we're going to make sure that you're going to get your next skill right now. Okay? So that bottom branch, the farthest one away from you on the opposite side. Opposite side. That one. Nope, opposite side. Nope, one more. Yep. How many nodes at the top?
2.
Okay, so if you took a clone, that branch would disappear. So that's a top. There's nothing left to do to that. Maybe you might bring it up in the middle. Let's go to the branch in front of you. Right, the next one up the thing. How many nodes on that one?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, so right where your left hand is, pinch it a little bit and just lay it, LST it just a little bit. Don't break it. Don't Hulk hand smash. Just softly pinch between those nodes. Work your finger up that branch toward the top. Pinch, pinch, pinch on the way up. Pinch, keep pinching on the way up. Curl it down just a little bit. Don't Hulk hand smash. Just curl it up a little bit. Just down a little. Keep going all the way up, all the way up. A little bit more. Okay, there you go. Keep going. Go all the way up to the top. Okay. The one on the left and this one now, they're about the same height. The first one you touched and this one now are the same height. The other one only has one top. This one will give you 3 tops. Let's find the next lowest branch. Turn the bucket, turn the bucket, turn the bucket, turn the bucket. Yep, there it is. Now, the next lowest branch, look at the nodes on that. Well, the inside node, is it worth anything? Yep. Well, okay. All right, the next node up that branch, is it worth keeping?
Looks like it.
Then go above that and lower everything above it. So that node will come up the middle. Leave that one to come up the middle, and let the next one. You've got 2 or 3 nodes. So now you're looking at bend it over the other way. Roll the top down so the top goes away from the light. You change the position of yes. And now that gives the one on the inside corner the time to come up. Separate it from the branch below it. Clock them apart so you get the benefits of both. Separate them so they can both be tops. You're looking to have those kind of be side by side. Right, you want them side by side. Okay, there you go. So the tops can come up. Now go to the next branches up the main stalk. Look at the inside node. What can you do? Do you make that a top? I mean, if there's no nodes at the bottom, then all it is, it's a top that's going to run up. Remember, a top runs away from you. Bending it over slows the top and brings the next node up. If you don't have any nodes on that branch, there's nothing you could do. So,
Yeah, it's on the side. It's not
okay, go to the next
top.
branch.
Yeah, that's it.
And yeah,
This
do
one.
the same. Yeah, do the same thing across the side. If there's no nodes, what are you going to do?
No, no.
Go up to
Leave
the
it.
then go up the main stalk to the next set.
Yeah, no. No, there's no more nodes on the inside of any of these.
Then you have to bend the top over like it's a branch. Here's the thing about cannabis: it's fractal, so you can bend that top over, roll the top in the exact same way. Don't break it.
Which way would you go? Away from this one?
So it fills up a different space.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. All right, so I'll go this way.
And because it's a top, you don't want that to run away for sure. You got to make sure you get the top down by where the lower branches are. Otherwise, it's gonna pop up no matter what. But your goal now is to bring lower branches.
You're talking about a lot of work here for 200 plants in that room.
Actually, that's not. We're talking about a lot of work for 200 plants that are tenuous at best.
Okay.
Now,
I got it. All right.
Now,
Is that down on or
nope, keep going down to the low. You want that as low as it can go, but don't Hulk hand smash. You can do the twisty thing, so you break the inner herd. You can pinch it. You could use both hands, do an Indian burn, and twist it a little bit. Just soften it. Don't Hulk hand smash, and you lay it over. What I'm going to suggest to you is this. If you had 200 plants in 1 gallon buckets on tables, you said you had 45 plants on that table. If you put 30 plants on a table that were in 1 gallon buckets, 200 plants would be 7 tables. And because the canopy is only 4 inches thick, you would have 7 tables and the light turned down 70%. All you can do is grow branches. You slow the tops, try to encourage the bottoms. This is an awful plant for a 1 gallon bucket. This is an awful plant for a party cup. You've got it in a, there we go, take a moment. There you go. Good feelings. Thank you for sharing. This is in a 3 gallon pot. Because it's in a 3 gallon pot, it's still code brown when you look down through the top. Even though you just opened it up as wide as it can possibly go, if you look down from the top, it's still code brown. Next time you will have, yeah, there you go. I was waiting for that. Next time you have the same thing in a 1 gallon bucket, you'll be able to encourage them. See, this isn't wider than the bucket and you're deep into veg. If your goal is to get it wider than the bucket, if this was in a 1 gallon bucket, it would be wider than the bucket, but you don't have any nodes coming up the middle. That's because when you put a small plant in a big bucket, you kill it by overwatering it. Overwatering stops the nodes on the branches. Overwatering rots the roots and you get fewer nodes per inch. So how often
do I do this?
You'll do that up into the 3rd week of flower. You'll probably do that 3 times a week. When you have them in party cups, you'll have them on like Costco shelves with a couple of 4-foot T5 lights. You'll probably have 30 of them on a little tray. So it's real easy to walk up and once every 3 days do it to all your plants. And you don't have to do it to all the plants. You only have to do it about 1/3 of the plants. But you don't know which third. So you try to keep them in small buckets so it's easy to walk up and do them all, because if you put them in a 3 gallon bucket, it's much more difficult to open them up. They're code brown and you give them too much light and too much water. How often are you watering that plant?
So the last time I watered it was Saturday. From Saturday morning to Tuesday night.
That plant probably needs to be watered once every 3 weeks. A 3 gallon bucket, I just told you, 8 plants, okay, just for reference, 8 plants in 3 gallon buckets with a 6-week veg at the end of flower. In a 3-gallon bucket, you'd be watering them every 3 days. In a 5-gallon bucket, you would be watering them every 4 days. If you describe the plant at the end of flower, describe the plant that I'm talking about.
Yeah, so 24 inches of at the end of flower? Or at the
Yeah,
end
at the end of flower. Describe a plant in a 5-gallon bucket that I have to say gets watered every 4 days.
24-inch canopy, 24-inch legs, 18-inch colas, and cola in every trellis hole.
Yes, sir. So if you put that plant in a 3-gallon bucket at the end of flower, it would need to be watered every 3 days. That's imagine that plant, and now look at your plant. So there's no reason
So we're overfeeding it like massively.
That's why your flush didn't matter. Because here we are 3 hours into a phone call, and it still has not a goddamn thing to do with that plant. We are now just putting the size of the bucket and the watering schedule. You know what a plant looks like at the end of flower now. In a 3-gallon bucket, you'd water it every 3 days. In a 5-gallon bucket, you'd water it every 4 days. Now you have some perspective. This plant should be in a 1-gallon bucket. You would have just transplanted out of a party cup, and you would, in a 1-gallon bucket, you would water this once every 10 days. And then 6 weeks later, at the end of veg, you would be watering this every 3 or 4 days, and the plant would be so big you would only need 8 for the table. You couldn't put your arms around it 6 weeks later. So 6 weeks later, you'd be watering it every 3 or 4 days. What I'm suggesting is this, is at the start of veg, or at the start of flower, or at the start of a bucket, you want to be watering once a week. And at the end of that stage, you barely want to be watering twice a week, because twice a week you start to run the risk of, if you water on Sunday and Tuesday, it seems like it's every 3 days, but there's only Monday between it. So if you water like Monday and Friday, at least there's Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday between it. But what I'm suggesting is, it's not just how many days between the bucket, it's what you should expect in the bucket. They start small and the plant gets bigger. So you should have to water less frequently and more frequently at the end. In a 1-gallon bucket for 6 weeks, that's one thing. But if you double the size of the plant in flower for twice as long and you get huge fucking buds, I'm just saying, you could be watering once every 3 days in your 1-gallon bucket in veg. Then you go into flower in a 3-gallon bucket, you'll be watering once every 8 days. But 4 weeks later, your light's going to be at 90%. You're going to be watering once every 5 days. And 2 weeks after that, your light will be at 100%. You're going to be watering once every 4 days. And in the last 2 weeks, you're going to be watering once every 3 days. And if you were in a 5-gallon bucket, those last 2 weeks, you'd be watering once every 4 days. So I just want to point out that if you were in a 5-gallon bucket with 35 colas in it like this, that were 18 inches long in every trellis hole, in a 24-inch canopy, in a 5-gallon bucket, that plant would get watered once every 4 days. Look at that plant in front of you. Right. And you're in a 3-gallon bucket. A 3-gallon bucket would get watered every 3 days. You would be at the end of flower. So, from a perspective point, this plant is in the start of a 1-gallon bucket.
Okay.
In your time frame of what you have to do with this plant, you are starting veg in a 1-gallon bucket, and this isn't the kind of plant that I'm talking about in 6 weeks will get up and transplant itself. This is one where in 6 weeks from now you'll be able to take fantastic clones from. So that plant in that bucket won't need to be watered again for 2 weeks, and you have to fix the roots because it's overwatered. That's why the other gardens that we looked at, the other 2 rooms, were dead and you didn't even understand. Because this is the plant in the start of a 1 gallon bucket every 10 days. Now we've taken the other plants, we've given you an estimation of light to canopy, we've given you a plant count of veg time, we've changed the size of the bucket so it gives you a perspective as well. Everything that we're doing is we're just redoing your perspective tonight. You have to go back and do 200 plants like this, and then we make another video and it's like, ooh, like that for us, and you're like, ah, and it was so many plants. And the punishment that you have this time is the amount of time you have to take to grow nodes, to grow more branches that grow nodes where you're actually going to grow the buds from. Let's shape up the other plant now. So the question you have to ask with it, push the other plant out of the way a little bit, and the question you have to ask right now is, will the bottoms ever catch up to the tops? That's always the thing. And then if you say no, if you bent the top down, could the bottoms catch up to the tops? And then you have to ask, is it worth letting the bottoms catch up to the tops?
So I realize I want to take off this one, this one, this one.
Yep, do that.
For sure. I need scissors.
No, you don't. Nope. Oh, no, you don't.
Actually, I got a pair.
No, you don't. You don't. Okay. Wow.
You think I?
No, you just do it with your finger, man. You just do whatever.
You think
Right?
I can
Yeah, whatever. You can do it an hour later, whatever. Eventually, you got to learn to drive stick, turn the wheel, do the radio, put your lipstick on, and turn with the pipe that you're lighting, smoking full of bud. So this is the moment. Now, you have to reevaluate. Here's what you have to reevaluate, okay? And this is a very, very mature concept. When you bend the top over, you're slowing it down so the other nodes can catch up. Never again will you ever slow the top down so the other nodes can catch up. Your plants will always be healthier. So you have to ask yourself, in terms of maturity, how immature the bottoms are on this plant. Even if you bend the top over, will that one catch up? Turn the plant and ask for look at the next one.
I think this one would.
Look at the maturity of the top one and then judge it. And if you want to leave it, leave it.
So, what week should I be doing? I know I'm way behind on this, but what week?
No. Every day. You're going to walk through your remember when you were I told you you're going to take all the effort that you're spending now and you're going to shift it to veg? That's this. Because this isn't even one clone. That branch you have at the bottom is an overwatered twig that will never go anywhere, not in 6 weeks. You just don't know it yet. That leaf by your left hand right there, that thing is so curled under from... Nope.
This one?
Nope. Keep going. Nope. 6 o'clock position. Facing us, the camera. Down. Down. Yep. That leaf is so curled under, there's nothing for that leaf. More importantly, here's what I want you to do. How old is that plant?
I have to look again.
Nope. You can guess for me.
It's probably 3 weeks.
Okay, so that's 3 weeks old, and it's
3 weeks.
It's 3 weeks old. It's not 1 cup. It doesn't even deserve to be in a party cup. Even if you bend that top down, there's no nodes because it's overwatered. It's overwatered because if you go into the flower room and I said that's the one, you know what? Go get the thing from the flower room. Go get the thing from the flower room. The bud in the corner, go to the flower room, get that one in the corner you said you're going to throw away. You have this plant in the flower room. You have this plant in the flower room. That's fucking funny. This is where we start to where veg starts to unravel as well. This is where veg starts to unravel. And it's funny because, like, we're going through growers, Mandy, Luke, we got Artie in there, and now we've got, right? And now we've got Catfish. You can see I put them all on the same trajectory. How fast they get that trajectory, what they can work out on the. Wow! So there you go. He's smiling. He's smiling. He's
Actually,
okay.
smaller, a lot smaller.
No, I think you understand. The one there turns out to that one there. Okay. When I told you one of the things I told you in the beginning is you need to be able to understand. You need to be able to look at a plant at any point, know everything before it and everything after it. So
you think this is going to keep running and be a skinny little...
Okay, look at yes, but they both have nothing. If we talk about veg time and legs, this flower plant, it's got no legs. So is that flower plant, let's say that flower plant was like what, a 1 week veg? Okay, but I mean 5 weeks deep into flower, that cola should be 18 inches long and the bud should be soda can size. It's a sea of green. It isn't anything more than a sea of green. So just having that top, not shaping it up, a couple at the bottom. The bottoms you just took off of this plant, if you didn't take them off, that's what they would look like.
Yeah.
What I need you to do is two things that have to happen, and it takes 3 grows. One of them is I need you to be able to predict the entire trajectory of the plant, what it's going to finish like and where it starts just by looking at it from one point in time. And I need you to be able to reevaluate where and when and how long things should take. That usually takes 3 grows because you seem very accepting. So you have another plant you can shape up for us?
You want me to keep messing with this one and try to bend the top down?
You could bend the top down, sure. Just when you're all done, just make sure you fan it open so you have as many tops as possible. And then I want you to stand up and look down at it and tell me what you see. I told you in the beginning that the amount of labor that you put in now you're putting in now will be the same amount of labor, except the results will change and where you use that labor and apply that labor. What I'm going to tell you is at the end of the 2nd week of flower, start of the 3rd week, you might adjust the plants one more time just so you don't have any runaway tops. And then all you do is keep watering them. I would rather see you take all of the time that you spend doing whatever it is you're doing in flower now, and I would like you to do none of that after the 3rd week except water, because your plants were so shaped up so perfectly, and I would like to see just filled. So there's you got in the right size with the right, you don't.
All right, I think I want to take this bottom one off again. I don't think it'll catch up.
Well, it gets pretty sad pretty quick if you take the bottom one. Take the bottom one.
I know, I don't like how long it is.
But that bottom one's never going to count.
Should I just let it see if this catches up now that I move the other ones out of the way?
So in order for that one to catch up, and we make fun of this, we call it catch up. Here's what has to happen. You have to make a judgment. How long will it take for that branch to get better? Then how long will it take for it to start growing? Because if it's going to catch up, that means that you have to slow your best growth down. So the question is always the same. How long are you willing to slow your best growth down for the bottom node that will never grow right? You have to make a decision right now. This plant is going to... Okay. So for every node that you take right now, that plant just got a little smaller. And yet the bucket stayed the same size. So when I say that you go from veg to flower, and why would you ever give them more light? I said that you would thin the plant out, you would widen it out, you would lower the canopy. This is exactly what you're doing right here. What you want to do is you want to live in the zone where you keep opening up the plant the way you are right now, only with a lot more nodes because you're not overwatering and you're in a smaller bucket. And I want them to be in 1 gallon pots because they're much easier to work with, to transport, also to move around, plastic pots. Also, in a 1 gallon pot, you would water that once a week and you would be safe. 4 weeks from now, you'd be watering it once every 4 days and you could transplant it when everything was going good. Okay, so same mentality here. Same mentality here. This would be good in a party cup. If you look, right here. If you had this in a party cup, 9 out of 10. Okay, this is, if you remember earlier I said if you had 2 lights, you had a flower for 8 weeks. You could take a clone, root it for 2 weeks, and veg it for 6 weeks. If you took that clone and you rooted it for 2 weeks, and then you put it in a party cup for 3 weeks, that's what this would look like in a party cup. Then you could put it in a 1 gallon cup, a 1 gallon pot, and you could veg it for 6 weeks. Look at how many branches there are here. You have nodes on your branches as well. Not very many nodes. If you open this up, this wants to be under a 4-foot T5. Like you could put 2 4-foot T5s over this in a party cup. You could probably put like 25 more party cups, because as you keep lowering the canopy, you get further and further away from 24 inches worth of canopy. So if 24 inches worth of canopy with huge colas is 1,000 watts, and you start flower with 12 inches worth of canopy at 600 watts, if you start veg with 6 inches worth of canopy, you would be at 300 watts, and you've got 1 inch worth of canopy here by the time you're done. What you're learning right now is that you have 1 inch worth of canopy. You could do that with a T5. And if you could do that plant, this plant, in a party cup, and you were watering this once every if you were watering this once every 5 days in a party cup, there are 12 party cups in a gallon. That would be if you were watering this plant in a party cup every 5 days and you put it in a 3-gallon pot, it would be every 180 days. So you wouldn't have to water this until November. Now, the other half of that is, look at the size of this bucket. There's no way you could put 20 buckets like this on a little Costco shelf with 2 4-foot T5s. This plant gets 2 4-foot T5s in a party cup. Oh, whole can smash. So
I cut this whole thing, right?
No. You got, I need you. I don't know if you have enough plants for this, so not at the moment. But you could go get a couple more plants.
I'll just bend this one the other way and I'll fill that gap.
Yeah, what I'm getting at is 1 inch worth of canopy. When we talked about penetration, for you to get 4 pounds, you have to get 4 feet worth of canopy. I mean, I knew your light problem wasn't an LED manufacturer before, I already knew it wasn't an LED. This has nothing to do with an LED problem. So they're trying to sell you LEDs. What am I trying to do for you? What's my goal for you?
I want to be a better grower. I want to get 2 pounds per light.
No, simple. What is my goal for your garden?
2 pounds of light.
A cola in every trellis hole. A cola in every trellis hole. Let me ask you this. Did they once look at your garden? Did they once ask you how many colas per trellis hole?
No.
Any of that. So if you were going to get more light, if the only way for you to get more yield would have been to get 3 feet worth of canopy, 4 feet worth of canopy. So whatever they told you, look at this plant in front of you. It is a 1 inch canopy. A 1 inch canopy, if we're talking about penetration, that would get a 4 foot T5 light.
Should I take off this fan?
Doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. Look at the plant from the top.
Yeah, it looks good.
What?
Better if I would have snapped that branch off.
Code brown.
Well, I mean, it's code brown. Everything's code brown.
Right.
Because I'm in a 3-gallon pot.
Right. That frustration right there. Everything is fucking code brown. That translates into you watering. It's code fucking brown. So if you were going to fill a 1 gallon pot with a quart of water and you put 500 ppms in a quart of water, okay. If you put that same plant in a 3 gallon pot, how much water would it need?
I put the same, I water it every 4 days.
Nope, 3 quarts of water. So if you put 1 quart of water in a gallon pot and you have a 3 gallon pot, you would put 3 quarts of water.
Okay.
If you put 500 ppm...
I'm kind of just watering. When I water, I kind of just fill it up until it looks like all the dirt's wet. So you actually measure the amount of water you're giving it?
No. Nope. Wait, I want to keep you focused here. If you put 500 ppm, if this plant wants to be in a 1 gallon bucket and you give it 1 quart of water at 500 ppm, if that plant is in a 3 gallon bucket, what ppm do you feed it at?
Same.
Okay. If you feed it at 500 ppm and you use 3 times the water, how many nutrients do you have to add to get 500 ppm?
I don't know. I've been using.
Wait.
Yeah, so that was one of the questions that I had.
If you water a 1 gallon bucket with 1 quart of water and at 500 ppms, and you water a 3 gallon bucket with 3 quarts of water, how many nutrients did you have to add to get the same number?
3 times.
That's it, my man. That's it. This is my point. You don't need to write anything down. Even though the ppms are the same, if you added 3 times the water, you added 3 times the nutrients.
Right.
So, I'm just suggesting.
So that because I'm thinking I'm watering the dirt, not the plant. So, in reality, I'm kind of like, because there's more dirt, you should put more nutrients. I mean, that's the thought going through my brain.
Yes, sir. What I'm suggesting is the plant wants to be watered once a week at the start of the bucket and twice a week at the end of the bucket. I need you to understand that if you water once a week in a bucket, then there's 6 days between you watering for 3 weeks. In the last week of veg, even let's say you had a 6-week veg. If you watered twice a week in week 6, I am sure you're not overwatering because you were watering once a week at the start of the bucket. So, if you have the right size plant in the right size bucket, you will be watering once a week at the start of the bucket and you'll be watering twice a week at the end of the bucket. That's the perspective, because that's not a recipe. You want to do less work. That's why when I say if you have a 6-week veg and an 8-week flower, if you go into a 3 gallon bucket in flower, at the start of flower, you might be watering once every 7 or 8 days, but 8 weeks later, you will be watering every 3 days. And if you're in a 5 gallon bucket, you will be watering once every 4 days. Why? Because the plant's going to be so fucking huge, it's going to be ridiculous 2 feet worth of canopy, 18-inch colas in every trellis hole, 2 feet worth of leg, a short veg time that doesn't interfere with your flower garden and that's mentality is what I've been trying to brainwash you the entire time. And this plant, to water this plant once a week, you would have to be in a party cup.
So you can't go back down a cup once you've already done a big cup, right?
It's like anything. You really, if you have to go back down, are you doing more damage than good?
I think so.
So you don't go backward like that. That's the same thing with you veg with a 600 and you go into thousands. But if you veg with 1,000, you wouldn't trim the plant back and put them under 600s. You would leave them at 1,000. It's better that you just wait and don't do anything. Going back doesn't solve that problem. Not doing it next time does.
Okay.
More importantly, if you, in your mind, fix the mentality that the plant should always be bigger than the bucket, you could never be in this bucket right now.
I'm gonna get that tattoo. That'll be my first tattoo.
It's genius, right? What I'm trying to reinforce is when you have a lot of plants, they go straight up. You can't get them wider because you veg too long. You're not getting the yield you're supposed to. You're not getting the colas you're supposed to. The lights over the plants, the mentality of the light versus yield, because what you and I are doing is straight out of the movie Moneyball. Nobody values...
I like that movie.
What?
I like that movie with
okay.
Brad Pitt.
Right. And Jonah something.
Yeah.
Jonah said, Pete said, that's why I said, I'm going to point at you, Pete. He said, at some point, they don't value the right things. They're paying this guy $7 million, but here's a guy, and they shifted the perspective of what is and is not valuable. And what they came up with was a different view on the game. What I'm suggesting is that you and I are on the phone and you haven't lost your shit yet because you at least believe in what I'm saying. Already lost his shit. Growhouse Luke, he teeters on the edge of it. We've seen it from you a couple of times, but you're going through it. You've had their videos. We've watched it on your face. You know what I mean? Like, we're there for you, but the lesson that you're learning right here with this plant in that bucket, and I had you pull over the plant from Flower Room, is that if you don't take the time to solve this problem now, that's what you're going to look forward to, and that there's no way you can let the bottom catch up to the top unless you slow the top down. If you're going to slow the top down, that's totally okay. All I ask is that you do it while it's in the party cup, under 2 4-foot T5s, where you've got 20 of them in a party cup on the little Costco shelving thing, where you've got 4 shelves. They're easy to work with. You can go through them every day. If it needs to be watered today, you'll know. You can move each cup individually, and they're all right there for you to work on in small containers. Because if you take all the effort of moving these giant fucking dead plants around, and you had this in a party cup, you could work with 30 of them in the same time. You trim less, you can have a party cup, and you scoop it in the water, you pour it in the party cup, they're all on a shelf. It saves you a tremendous amount of time. You can handle them every day. They'll never dry out on you. You'll always be able to open them up. Not everyone needs to be opened up every day, but if you can do that in a party cup under a T5 light, not only have I shut down 25% of your lights completely, have I sped up your veg garden, increased yield, shortened veg time, made the thing more efficient for you. I will make working conditions in veg so easy that you just go through the shelf and you do them, and that's where you're headed. I don't know how much of this how much of stick turn signal, stop at the red light, shift, use the steering wheel, turn on the radio, put on your lipstick, steer with your knee while you light a pipe. You can get in one grow. The problem is the plants are so slow, 5 minutes to you is 5 minutes to them. And you're so far off the trajectory this time that just by staying closer to the trajectory next time, we'll cut veg in half, we'll double your yield, the plants will be more huge, but this is the dilemma that you face in your garden at the moment. Is with a 1-inch canopy, you would use a 4-foot T5. You could put 100 of those plants under 1,000 watt light dimmed to 50%. So it's
and I've got 10,000 watts in that room.
right. So you have to take one light, you'll have to dim it down, you'll put it in the middle of the room, and maybe you'll grow 2 tables with it. You don't require much penetration. What you require now is those plants to dry out, and if you're going to bend the top down so the bottom can catch up, you tell me, how long does it take for the bottom to catch up?
At minimum a week.
Okay, and in the real world,
2 weeks.
okay, and in the worst case scenario,
3 weeks.
okay, so let's say they catch up in 2 weeks. How many nodes will be on each branch if they catch up in 2 weeks? One node. They have to get healthy. They've got 2 weeks of just getting healthy because of the watering. So you're going to have one.
It looks like there's 3 nodes, pretty much 3 nodes on almost every one.
Okay, a node is anything that if you bent it over, if you laid the branch over, can become a new branch. So that's anything that you leave. Okay, so this plant is overwatered. It's going to take you 2 weeks to start the roots. After 2 weeks, it's going to take you 2 weeks to start the branches. So you've got 4 weeks on that plant in front of you before you start growing branches. After you grow those branches, you'll have to film it to get more, because right now you've only got like 4 branches. And if you go in the other room, you could see exactly what 4 tops gets you, right? You started chopping those down. I told you put in your dink bank. You get 4 tops that never get bigger than the bucket. This is that plant. So you have to veg it out, and every top you get goes in a trellis hole. So not only do you need tops per trellis hole, you need nodes per tops. So in 4 weeks, if you have healthy nodes, healthy tops, and then they start growing nodes, it would take, you got to film them and shape them up. So this plant right here is 8 weeks behind. But that's okay, because you only have to water it every 3 weeks because it's in such a huge bucket. Show me pouty face. Beautiful, with the left turn Zoolander. Even better. That when I say I need you to be able to predict the trajectory of your plants from an instant in time. We knew what your veg looked like because of the flower. We know what the flower looks like because of the veg. I know what your clone looks like because I know what your plants look like. I know the understanding of your grow based on the length of your legs. When you walk in a room after tonight, you will end this phone call, walk in those rooms, and you will kick yourself in the newts. Because once you understand the epic value that buds grow on nodes grow on branches, just like you're taking clones, that you start veg 1/2 your flower, because they're going to double, because your veg is 1/2 flower. You veg for 4 weeks, you flower for 8 weeks. Therefore, you need more light and flower, but not all at once. And you're going to intertwine your bucket size relative to your watering schedule, you don't even care about trichomes because they're going to be so fucking big. You could just harvest it 7 fucking weeks. Who the fuck cares? And you won't have to worry about too much light in veg because they'll be so big. You'll have the plant count. They'll be low. You'll have taken the patience. You'll start veg with a little less light. You have some things to think about tonight, like getting out of the ocean or off a boat off the day you're still rocking. Looking at this plant in front of you and looking at the finished product when it is, I know where you're at the moment. All I can do is tell you that when you go visit your buddy tomorrow with the other thing down at the end of the grow, and you go walk in there and you be like, God damn it, my grower, this jerk off over here, all of these fucks are getting, what the fuck, 1,500, 2,000? And you will walk in tomorrow being able to predict, you'll be like, oh, their plants are burnt to shit in giant fucking buckets. You'll be like, oh my God, it'll be an entirely different level for you. The problem is 5 minutes to you is 5 months to a plant, and it takes forever to grow them, and it takes forever to leave them alone. So you're in a time warp loop where there's not much you can do. I would say you should buy 100 more clones. If you can get a deal on clones, if you can take us some, because where you are, if you can get clones, we'll go clone shopping with you. I'll make that video. But you have to understand that when you opened up this plant, each one of those branches is a clone. And if you had a clone, you would open it up and encourage the branches on the clone to come up. Then you'd fin those. Then you'd open them up again. Meanwhile, this is all in a party cup. Then you would wait a week, and every day you'd come in and you'd have 200 plants on your Costco shelves with your 4-foot, your 2 4-foot T5s and your party cups, and you'll have a 10-gallon thing of water and a party cup like this, and you'll just you'll water the thing, put it back on the shelf, you'll open them up, you'll go through them like this, and this one a little dry, give it some fucking water, and you'll pull them open. Those are clone size. You're going to open up your clone for weeks in a party cup, the same way that you're going to open up all of these plants. And it's all with the goal to get as many nodes low down as possible. Why do you want more nodes low down as possible?
So we get more colas per plant, and the colas are longer.
And the legs are
shorter.
Dude, because I'm going to tell you something now that I've given you everything else. If you're a good grower, your legs might be a little longer, but you have so many nodes on those legs that when you open it up, you get a bush so big you can't put your arms around it that are 6 inches off the deck. So that's a different type of skill, but it is important for you early on to recognize that the longer the leg, the longer the veg, the fewer the harvest per year. Because in these plants here, you're opening them up, you're trying to bring up the lower nodes. When you go into flower, you're going to start with 5 to 7 nodes in each trellis hole. If you at the end of 2 weeks in your party cup, if you had 6 branches with 5 nodes each and you laid them down, you would get 30 branches while you were still under the 4-foot T5 on the shelves. Because if you laid down 6 branches with 5 nodes each, how tall would your canopy be? Look at the plant in front of you.
1 inch.
1 inch. And yet you would have 6 branches with 5 nodes each. In the party cup, watering, maybe you're watering once every 4 or 5 days. It doesn't really matter because you're going to touch every one. And you're going to have 30 nodes and 10 days left in the party cup. That's what I'm suggesting is possible. When you do that, in 10 days, you would put that into a 1-gallon pot. Then you would veg those 30 branches into what?
5-gallon bucket.
Nope. You would veg those 30 branches. You take the party cup, you put it in a 1-gallon pot, and for the next 4 weeks, you're going to turn 30 tops. What is your goal over the next 6 weeks in that 1 gallon cup?
I mean, I want to get as many branches and build the trellis as I can.
Not as
So,
many. We've never said that. You started veg with a plant with 30 little tops. You've opened them up. You've got to wait 4 weeks. You've got to.
Do I want to make more clones?
No, maybe, but you also need a top with 5 to 7 nodes for every trellis hole. So,
Right.
if you open up the branches early on, you put them in a 1 gallon pot, you're going to veg them until you get.
So you get the 30 tops to fill the trellis holes.
Describe those tops to me.
With 5 to 7 nodes.
Yeah.
And
So when you take your plant out of the party cup,
so I go from party cup. How long is it in the party cup? You said 3 or 4 weeks? 4 weeks?
it is in the party cup until you are ready to go into the 1 gallon pot. Your hope is to be able to keep it in the party cup for as long as possible. Because if you can grow 6 nice branches with 5 nodes each, and you lay them down like you just did, you could take that same plant, put it back under the same light that costs you $1 a month and no air conditioning, and you can grow 30 starts. Then 30 little branches. Then you take that plant and you put it in a 1 gallon pot and you give it a little more light. Your job is to grow those 30 branches into what?
Colas.
Yes, but when you go into flower, what will they look like? At the start of flower. At the start of flower, what do those branches look like?
Yeah, I mean they're gonna fill every trellis hole.
Yes. How long will they be? How long will they be?
They're gonna be I don't know how long the branches
10
are
inches
gonna
tall.
be, but
They're going to be 10
legs-
inches tall. They're going to be half what you want them to finish at the end of
The
flower, a little less than stretch. So they're going to be 10 inches tall with how many nodes?
5 to 7.
So you're going to be in veg as long as it takes you to get those 30 tops that you started under the T5 light to be 10 inches tall with 5 to 7 nodes at the start of flower. However long, Magic Man, if you can do that in 48 hours, if you can flush them, if you can turn the light off, what you need to go into flower is plants that are wider than the bucket with 5 to 7 nodes at the top of, and the shortest you can do that are 10 inches branches. Because if you go in your other room, you'll find you've got 3-inch branches and 10-inch nodes at the end of flower. What I'm suggesting.
So then, when I transplant those repot into the 1 gallons from the solo cups, they're going to be in those 1 gallons, like into flower then, right?
No, because you're going to veg them until what?
I want to veg them until I get enough tops to fill the trellis.
Describe those tops to me.
It's 10 to 12 inches, 5 to 7 nodes per top, and I need to fill the trellis.
Okay, so you're going to take them out from the T5, you're going to put them in a 1 gallon pot, and you're going to veg them until you get tops 10 inches long with 5 to 7 nodes in each trellis hole. Yes. Now, you could open up the plant again and veg even longer. What I'm saying is...
So when do I move to the 3 or 5 gallon pot? Like when I change the flower?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you wouldn't even put them in a trellis because they're going to stretch, and you don't necessarily know which ones are going to run away. So at the end of 5 days, you're 5 days into flower, you'll go through and you'll do the same thing we're doing right now. You'll lower the tallest ones, you'll encourage the lowest ones, because what you want is an even canopy full of buds, because that way they all grow the same size and the same shape. They're all top buds. You don't want one runaway top bud, because if you get a runaway top bud, so you get one bud that's 10 inches longer than the other 29. Or you could have them all equal and get 30 tops. So you can have one top that runs away, and if the bud runs away and it gets taller, it runs into the light and you burn it. So you
So at which point in this? So I'm walking through the solo cup to the 1 gallon to flipping to the 3 to 5 gallon. When do I top the plant or fin the plant, and why would I fin or top versus the other?
okay, you are going to shape up the plant all the time until about the start of the 3rd week of flower. You will
Okay.
sometimes you will film it, sometimes you will top it, sometimes you will LST it, sometimes you will lollipop it, sometimes you will bend and break it. On this plant, you LST the branches by laying them down to encourage the bottom ones. You also lollipopped it to make sure that all the good growth, the new growth, was focused where you wanted it.
So how do I decide the fin versus the top?
Okay, a top makes all the other branches more even. A fim encourages 2 branches to run away. So here's the exact explanation. In the apical growth shoot, if we go in your other room and you grab a plant and it's got the 1 growth shoot, the apical growth shoot has a chemical in it called a gibberellin. That apical growth shoot uses more energy than everything else, and it suppresses the other ones, so the 1 shoot grows. If you top a plant, you take all of the gibberellins out of that stalk. If you fim it, the 2 branches still grow like they're a top. So if you tried to fim something, it would still run away and get taller. If you top it, it encourages the other branches all the way around it to come up.
So what instance should I fim over top? Because it sounds like topping is way better.
No, well, for instance, look at this branch right in front of you. There's any one branch, that branch right there. So those nodes are going to come up. So you've got that little second set of nodes there. There's 2 branches. Those 2 branches are going to come up. If you fim those branches, how many branches would you get?
Oh, you get twice as many.
You get what?
You
4.
get twice as many.
4. You'd get 4 branches. When you fim it, the legs get longer. You already have a problem with legs on this plant. So, instead of fimming this, those 2 branches will come up. You wait 2 weeks. They look like a shitty clone with 1 set of nodes each. You wait another week, and now they have 3 nodes. You wait another week, now they have 4 nodes. You pull the bottom 2 nodes off, you pinch the top, and you can get 4 tops out of it. The problem is, every time you add tops, the plants get taller. Every time you LST the branch to get new branches, it gets lower. So you're always playing a game of lowering the branch so you get more tops, and topping branches with lots of nodes so you encourage the bottom ones to come up. It's always a game, and you cannot imagine that game looking at this plant. What I can tell you
top it just one time. I think that's been our MO. Top it one time and let it go. So
and yet you top it one time, you transplant too early, there's way too much light, the yield is all over the place because you've got 1.5, 2, and 2.5 lights per table. All of the plants look the same, yet you're throwing 2.5 times the light at it. What I'm asking you to do is understand that the penetration of light is based on not only the light that you're using, but the shape of the plant and the distance and the dim. So what I want you to do is understand that the value of your garden is in the thickness of the canopy. And that canopy is, sometimes you film it, sometimes you top, lollipop, and super crop. And when you do 100 more plants this time, 200 more plants this time, you still, and I'm going to go back to the beginning on this, you can do all 200 plants and you still won't have learned anything that translates into what to do. in your next garden. You will only understand what not to do. When you stop doing the bad stuff and the plant grows correctly, you will learn what to do. You have learned what you don't want it to look like, and as you understand that the actions your grower was taking was moving your plants away from what you wanted, there's nothing that about this that translates into winning. You will learn how to shape up these plants. You will understand the value of getting nodes early on and the clones that you take. You will learn all about the value of veg time. You will learn about the value of not reacting quickly and, oh my God, I got to overwater again. You will learn how to slow everything down. And only then, my friend, can you actually learn how to grow. So you'll shape up all of these plants, and it will teach you how valuable nodes per inch are, and yet you will never get nodes per inch on this plant. It's very mystery men. It teaches you how valuable nodes per inch are, yet you will never get nodes per inch to learn how valuable they are. And once you get nodes per inch, you will be like Lone Villain who goes, I don't understand. Why don't you get 20 nodes on a branch? And so when you get there, this doesn't translate to that. And yet you will be able to appreciate where you're at because of what you don't have to do anymore. That, my friend, is the feng shui. It is the yin and the yang. It is when you understand just how far off what I'm telling you is over time from what everything else you're hearing. It is 3 grows from now, 10 times the yield, canopy 24-inch thick with 18-inch colas in every trellis hole, and the legs are never longer than the canopy. So everything you're doing now does not exist then, and yet you need everything you're doing now to be able to envision how far away it is from what you're doing. And it's, if you had the ability to go buy 100 clones every 2 weeks that were good, that would put you so far ahead. You could start a clone now in a party cup. A good clone will punish this plant. This plant will be 3 feet tall. You'll have 2 feet worth of leg. There'll be 3 nodes on the top of the branch. You finally stopped overwatering, brought the middle up. It'll have 16 or 20 nodes, and you'll be able to send it into flower, and everything else will look like it, so you can put them all together. But in the end, you could start clones, and they will finish where these legs end and the canopy starts from now on.
So that brings me to another question then. So let's say I chop that all of room 2 tomorrow. So now I've got an empty room.
Oh yeah, two empty flower rooms. Yeah.
So what do I do with the room? So you're saying I go get clones, which I can do. I have a source for clones. In a day or 2, I could have clones.
Okay. Now, I can't just let you, when you look at that plant in front of you, there's not one clone on that plant. So you can't come back with arbitrary clones. You have to have clones of a standard. And after everything you've heard and everything you've seen and everybody else's grow, and for the shit that your grower's been telling you, I never believe you're going to get good clones. And yet I would be pleasantly amazed if you were, but I don't think you are. So I think that we should take a field trip to your clone guy, and we should go clone shopping, and you should take us with you. We could do that tomorrow, and you can once a week for the next, or every 2 weeks, I don't care. You can go get yourself as many clones as you need to fill up a room in 6 weeks. So if you have 5 tables and you're going to do 6 weeks, 8 plants, you would need 40 plants for that room with the 6-week veg. Perhaps you might decide that you only want to do a 3-week veg this time, and you might buy 30 clones per table. So it's a little bit more in the investment in clones, but the time it takes to get those clones ready doesn't change. You still have to take a couple of weeks to get those clones ready, shape them up, put them into veg, get them ready. I'm just saying that in this instance, you could trade money for extra clones. If you could get good clones, it's totally worth buying extra clones. They're cheap if they're good clones. If they're bad clones, it really doesn't matter because you'll have to fix them. The only thing that would change between the bad clones and these plants is that the bad clones would be a little lower. But you got 20-foot ceilings, so I don't even care if you have 3 feet worth of leg and 1 foot worth of canopy. I don't really care because at least you got 1 feet worth of canopy this time. Your clones will look better. You'll take new clones from that batch and go from there. So from my perspective, if you can get good clones, it's win. They're worth $10 each. Otherwise, you have to look at this plant and you have to decide based on the morphology of the bottom node, how long it takes to catch up to the top, how long it takes before you can water again, and the roots heal, and you start growing nodes. And the lesson that you're going to learn here is the value of nodes, which is why I tell you about bucket size, because if you overwater and you rot the root hairs, you don't grow nodes. So I want you to be in a bucket where you're doing more dry days than wet days, so you get more nodes per branch and you get them lower down in a less expensive, less heat producing light that you can open them up, pull them down, spend the time necessary to get them bigger than the bucket so they stay low, so they stay wide. So you put them in veg, you get 30 tops per. I mean, you could double down again, open them up and film them. You just got to veg another week to bring those branches up because it's fractal. It's the same thing. Then you go into flower with half the size you want to finish at. And 4 weeks later, you're at 80% light. You're watering once every 6 days. And 2 weeks later, you don't even need a flush because you were feeding them 3 quarts of water with 3 times the nutrients. And I'm saying that if you water them right, you would have been using way less nutrients. You won't even have to flush. Then you've got this huge canopy with short legs, and suddenly it's way more than you can possibly harvest. What I told you at the beginning is I won't hide anything from you. You won't be ready for everything. But what you and I just did, you and I were able to not only explain the internal combustion engine, but working the shifter behind it. You now have a full perspective, start to finish. There's nothing I can offer you really in this, unless you have some questions. But you need to watch this again and let it marinate, eh? And shape up those plants. You have to, shape them up and go through them too. But you have some decisions to make. I just wanted to point out that in a few hours, we were able to go through start to finish by being patient and letting me bring it around and bring you back. You now see that where the truth is in veg and starting them, getting the right clones, getting the nodes. Buds grow on nodes grow on branches. Can't overwater, got to be in the right size bucket. Got to take the time in the less expensive light with less heat. Open them up, bring the branches up. Top lollipop, super crop, FIM, bend, break, pinch. Bring them up in veg, fill up the trellis, start flowering with a little less than half of what I need because they're going to double because my veg was 6 weeks, my flower is 8 weeks. I'm going to start flowering with 5 to 7 nodes on 8 to 10 inches of branches, depending on the strain. And then I'm going to finish with 18-inch long colas in a 24-inch canopy with legs no longer than the colas.
Full circle.
That's where you and I are headed, and it's literally that easy to describe when you can visualize the entire process from a little different perspective. So
yeah, sure. I don't know how the guy I got the clones from is on taking video, but I have no problem with going and checking out more clones, especially I'm going to clean out room 2.
We don't need video of him, but I would like you to get video. If you just buy the clones, you buy the clones. But I'm just saying bright and vibrant, you may want to take us with. There may be some options and choices, but I totally get it. But we'll get to see the video if you bring them back. I just want you to, they should be like bam, with nodes bam, ready to grow and like ta-cha. And they should be in, I mean, even if they're in party cups, if you get something that's 8 inches long that doesn't have any nodes on it except the shitty little thing on the top that you can't, I'm just saying you need to be aware of morphology.
They're usually just in those little like egg crate things, you know.
But
like,
are they wispy and falling over, or are they like bam and ready to explode into their next container? Because everything that you and I have talked about is ready to explode into their next container.
I mean, I think they're good looking, but again, experience is.
But again, you're a guy with 30 lights in enough space.
Where can I go in Oklahoma City to see good clones so I can compare it? Where would I?
Well, you can, on my website, I show you good clones, but what I'm getting at is a good clone is bright green, excited to grow. Even if you got them in the little crates, they've got roots all the way around them. They're not slumped over. They look like they came from a top. They've got 3 to 5 nodes. They look like they're going to get low and wide fast as fuck, boy! Like that.
Okay.
Certainly not like this. Look at a clone look at that bottom clone right in front of you in the bottom branch. You could take that one right there and hold it up next to him and be like, nope, 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 nope. But I do want to go with you. So if you send me a text or an email, I mean, we'll follow you there. I'd love to see that.
Okay, I'll see what he said. All right. It's a lot to think about, man.
Okay, let me do this. I got to take Ralph. He's way past due. I got to get out of here and go home. Let me finish up this episode. You've got a lot to ponder. And then I'll have this up for you. You can rewatch it and we'll just take it from here, all right?
Thanks, man.
Yes, sir.
Really appreciate it.
All right, you did a good job, dude. You did good. Everybody's rooting for you, dude. You did good.
I'll talk to you soon.
He did. Come on. Is that not fucking content? Is that not what I promised you? Are you not entertained? Dude, every time we go through their garden, and he didn't even have the arty shit. He was pretty receptive. He was, you know what I mean? Like he's in the Mandy zone, but we don't quite have the facility legs, but we do got the way empty garden. Dude, let me tell you, the 5 feet worth of canopy, doing the math on the light. I really feel like doing the math on the light brought it home for him. I feel like that really gave us the foundation that we were able to use going forward on what a visual representation of the insane amount of lights he has looks like. Entertained, I was horrified. God, you're so fucking brutal, villain. And yet, you can feel his success. It is just a second behind, isn't it? His success is an instant behind, although that instant takes 6 months. But, I mean, we were horrified with Mark. I mean, we were looking at Jim, and I'm just as horrified. Do you know what I mean? And I'm horrified for a different reason. One has insane legs. The other one expects 5 pounds from a 4x8. What? And this is just episode 1. It looks remarkably like episode 1 for Luke, Mandy, and Artie. So I think he understands the exhausting, dude. These videos are fucking blah. It's exhausting, dude. He's not. He's frustrated. He's frustrated because he's a money man, and that's what happens. You can have money, you can have talent. You know what I mean? You could know how to do the paperwork, but you got to have everything there, or you get nothing. What? You don't get 5 pounds from your 4x4? Dude. This is me managing expectations. Managing expectations. So, I think that was pretty good. I'm pretty pleased with that one, right? I mean, I'm pretty pleased with that one. All right, I'll end this. I'll send up the 24-hour live stream. You guys are awesome. We'll go from there. Thanks, guys.